So good morning, everybody. Welcome to our second day at Wordscapes conference. We survived the first day, and today is our second day, which is going to be exciting, full of lovely talks, exciting talks, interesting talks, educational talks, productive talks, things that you can walk away with, like yesterday. So, Professor Muckleneuk, well, I know him now for exactly 10 years. So he knows me also quite well. But to get hold of this man, it's like me trying to get hold of our Chancellor, previous President Thabo Mbeki. That's how difficult it is to get hold of Professor Muckleneuk. I promise you, even though I know him for 10 years, I still struggle to get hold of him. But it's always a pleasure, because if he's not in South Africa, he's outside of South Africa, somewhere giving a talk. He's a wanted man. Let's just say he's a really wanted man. So it's such a pleasure, and I'm so glad I could get hold of him and convince him. And, it was lots of please, 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 please come and, give a keynote address at our biennial conference, because we never had, because of COVID, it never took place, and so we now started again. So let me tell you all about the infamous Lekhethi Muckleneuk. Professor Lekhethi Muckleneuk is a full professor and founding director of the Hub of Multilingual Education and Literacies at the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. He is the current deputy head of the Wit School of Education, responsible for research and innovation, and holds the prestigious NRF SARCHL Chair on Advancing African Languages for Social Inclusion and Access. He is also a distinguished visiting professor at the City University of New York, a globally recognized scholar in translanguaging, multilingual literacies, and language and education policy. He pioneered the theoretical model of Ubuntu translanguaging, a decolonial and justice-oriented framework for simultaneous multilingual learning. He serves as technical advisor to South Africa's Department of Basic Education, guiding national strategies on mother tongue-based bilingual education, mother tongue-based reading literacy, and curriculum strengthening grounded in the linguistic logic of African languages. His academic citizenship includes past membership of the Executive Committee of Umaluzi Council for Quality Assurance, trustee of the Old Mutual Foundation, and research governor of the National Reading Coalition. Professor Muckleneuk is founding chair of the Balang Foundation, a non-profit championing community-based literacy innovations, and maintains a strong public presence through the personal website www.lekhethimuckleneuk.com. Did you all get that?
Yes.
Do I need to repeat it?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's www.lekhethimuckleneuk.com. His most influential works include Shifting Lenses, Multilanguaging, Decolonization, and Education in the Global South, and the forthcoming Routledge Handbook of Translanguaging in the Global South in 2026. I think I actually have a chapter that will be appearing in that book, so look out for, so you have to buy the book, because I will have a chapter in that book. Okay, so he is deeply committed to his personal calling to live for change, using education and language as instruments of liberation and epistemic justice. So I give to you Professor Lekhethi Muckleneuk. Please welcome.
Dumelang. Sanibonani, Realocha, Goeiemorgen, good morning. I don't take it for granted that I'm here today in front of all of us, thanking the organizing committee, as you heard from the program director, how they asked me to be part of this important conference. And I'm very grateful that among all many great scholars out there, big in their own way, but I was selected today at this time, at this hour, to be in conversation with all of us. It's a moment that I'll never have. It comes only once, and therefore every minute of my engagement with you this morning, I take it very seriously. So the conversation that I need to have with us is on rewording the world, using from unwording it and reword it so that the world is imagined and it eventually looks multilingual in the sense that will define multilingualism in this presentation. And Ubuntu, the African cultural competence of the competence of plurality, singularity in combination, and translanguaging, which we define it as the continuum of meaning that goes through socially named languages, crossing all those boundaries, and the meaning is being transported irrespective of what the society perceives as the languages, and the ethics of the voice in the global south. So here I do define the global south in the ideological sense, meaning all forms of imaginalization rather than a geographical space. The program director, thank you so much, because you've already said what I believe in, which is I live for change. I believe that the needle needs to move in this little rock called Earth. We imagine a reworded multilingual world, and I believe that there's always an opportunity for shifting the lenses, for moving, if we speak about living a meaningful life where we have got a trace. That's my perception, my thinking. This is what I wanted to I was speaking about imagining a reworded multilingual world and my position of English within the logic of Ubuntu. So let's begin. There are two elephants sitting in our English classrooms, the bigger and the smaller one. But what you see in there, they bring their grass and all the complexities that they have in the classroom. And then it becomes a vicious cycle because the smaller elephant becomes the bigger one, and then the journey goes on and on like that. Our students who come to learn English or to learn through English are multilingual. They have got more than one language that they have. However, they are disproportionately disadvantaged in two big ways, what we call education. One is that their pathway of coming to know is being compromised, and as a result, their identities are not affirmed in their learning of English. And this is the big story of our time. And then that's too many people can speak about a lot of things about why students are not doing what they should do, but we can hone it and put it to two specific issues about identity, growing within the remit of who you are, as well as your pathway of coming to know epistemic access, because they're multilingual. Now, this is where we are reminded, especially for the African continent, the context, our historical consciousness, and the cultural competence. There was a British historian in 1963 at the time who said perhaps in the future there will be some African history, but at present, meaning then, there was none but only the history of Europeans in Africa. And Gugu Thiong'o, who, God bless him, he just passed away in the recent months. He said that people without history or culture become mimics who have placed their memories in a psychic tomb. That's very deep. And the chancellor of this university, former President Thabo Mbeki, cited in Khoza's book, Let Africa Lead, he said, we have to meet prevailing global challenges from within our own worldview and proceed to action from our own authentic possibilities based on the culture and competencies of Africans themselves. And I think that's why then when you come to Unisa, you see the big phrase, I am an African. But what does that mean? It means we need to be thinking about local ways of knowing, of becoming and acting that are valorized within our curriculum configurations. Okay? And this is the time when I should tell you a story about once upon a time. There was, and there is still, my mother living in a remote rural village. In that village, there used to be this scarcity of sugar because sugar was such a highly demanded commodity. The need for it was far more needed because first you needed to burn the sugar in order to make this concoction that looks like tea, brown. And then after that, then you have to pour sugar to sweeten that concoction. Because of that, then there's scarcity of sugar in the communities, growing up as a little boy in that community. Then she has to go to the neighbors because of the Ubuntu, what you have, your neighbor has. Now, when they get there, as you can see in this, I was asking if you have a little bit of a small parcel of sugar so that my children can go to school, right? And then she doesn't say that though. When she arrives, they start to talk about the goats and the neighbors that did 1, 2, 3, and this and that. It happens, and the story goes on and on and on. And then she'll say, goodbye. But that doesn't mean I'm leaving. It's simply checking member that you understand why I'm here. And then she goes on and tells a story, goes on, and you have a second goodbye. That again is just checking if you understand that I need something. And then there's the ultimatum, which comes in the third goodbye. That one is a signal that please take me out, and I have something to share with you that I couldn't share. Almost as the locus of understanding, the neighbor normally would move, the host with the guests, and then when she is on the other side of the gate, she'll then say, by the way, do you have a cup of sugar? And if there is sugar, what happens? Then we walk back into the house and sugar shall be served. But if there's no sugar at that point, because it's a faith-saving culture, it's very easy, therefore, Aguna Matata. No problem, it's okay. So that the visitor doesn't feel, the guest, the host rather, doesn't feel bad about that. Now, I grew up in that community knowing that you don't go straight to the point. You need to be, it's about inferencing. And the languages that you speak of Bantu origin are called hearer-responsible languages. In other words, it is the duty of the hearer to figure out meaning and not the speaker. The speaker has to be verbose, metaphoric, and all this stuff that are not direct in terms of that. So now I go to the school from grade 4, and then the teacher says, now I want you to make sense. And this is what they say to me. You have to write a paragraph. And this is how a paragraph is organized. 1, topic sentence. Number 2, supporting sentences. Number 3, concluding sentence. That gives me a hierarchy in the sense-making space. My whole world of sense-making is turned upside down because the teacher is telling me to undo everything that I know about meaning-making. Therefore, we come to understand that this whole idea of a paragraph is very much culture-laden. It is based on the maxim of straight to the point. But unless the educator, the teacher, the English teacher, understand that the students that I'm teaching are coming from cultures and communities that whose epistemic, whose access to making, whose sense-making is going around and around and around, and is normal to do so. It is this unconsciousness that presents oftentimes English or writing through English becoming a huge challenge because of this cultural mismatch. So that's what it means for the English-only based pedagogies. My belief and my assumption is that when you talk about a methodology, it should be based on a step-by-step approach of the journey of going to know. But that step-by-step approach needs to be hinged on that path of going to know. So there must be some alignment. And that alignment, of course, you have a pathway of coming to know, like a car, it has got 4 wheels. Of course, it has to drive on a road that is wider, right? Because of the nature of what it is, the ontological or the nature of who they are, knowing more than one language. And of course, they have a worldview that is very much plural. So our schooling system and the teaching of English historically, therefore, neglected all of that. And as a result, even the teaching of English became such a horrendous, painful experience for many of our non-mother tongue speakers of English. Now, if you think about it, then there is a story around multilingualism. Well, English in the multilingual context, in fact, TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages, for many years now, they've been talking about funds of knowledge, contextualizing English, English as an international language, English taking, as you heard from Professor Van Rooyen, around English taking the global character of being a global language. Now, it's fancy sometimes to say multilingualism, but then we ask the question, which multilingualism and whose multilingualism and what interests does that serve? In New York, there is a street which is known for financial engagements. It's called Wall Street. And then in the city of Johannesburg, you have got a street where everything happens in much more fluid and very interactive ways. And that is called Small Street. And that's an oxymoron, antithesis of what it means, because it's by no means a small street, right? The staying in the city, the cityness of New York means this is the biggest city on planet Earth, as far as I'm aware. And it has got virtually every language that is spoken on planet, including Icelandic, which probably is 800,000 speakers. You'd have literally every language in New York, in the subway and everywhere else. The difference is that Icelandic speakers speaking to another Icelandic person, an Arabic person speaking to another Arabic person, a Spanish person is speaking to another Spanish person. So you have got this multilingualism, of course, because there's so many languages out there. But if you flip the coin and come to the city of Johannesburg as a symbol of using languages in a much more different way, you see that the languages are more flattened. They hug each other, they love each other, they flow into each other. The boundaries are being disrespected all the time. And as an anchor of this, you'll see this in the South African soap operas like Muvango or The Generations. All of that, the manner in which languages are used is so fluid. So it flattens, they're much more closer to each other. You have a potpourri of these languages. Therefore, we need to be thinking differently when you talk about multilingualism. It's never a universal, it has to be contextualized. That you have much more in our context here, a horizontal view of multilingualism, right? That's what is happening in the main. And then in the other parts of the world, they conceptualize multilingualism more vertically, so to say. And then it brings us to the understanding of this notion of translanguaging, because unless we take a horizontal understanding of multilingualism, then it becomes another concept that has no value whatsoever. And the story of this is that we are moving from fixity to fluidity, and we say Johannesburg, or the cityness of Johannesburg, had always been there with its potpourri of languages. And then, as in my presentation, I'm speaking about translanguaging, and I think they say the devil lies in the details of what is it. But in order to know what is it, in my experience of running a marathon of workshops and training, even within the Department of Basic Education, is that, and we need to say, well, South Africa has taken a bold step to say translanguaging is the national strategy for learning, teaching, and assessing. In fact, in 2025, this year, for the first time, this country will experience the use of English and African languages in grade 4 examinations, bilingual exams, right? So is it the same thing as translation or interpreting? Okay, so we can say in the negative, no. It could include components of that. Is it the same thing as code switching or code meshing or code anything? It is none of that. They are epistemologically sitting at opposite ends, because here we speak about a repertoire, which means from the speaker's point of view, that meaning-making process, which is does not respect the boundaries that the society has placed on. So here you are moving with the meaning. As we move away from means transporting or mobility of what? Of sense-making, of meaning. That's what we call the meaning continuum. Irrespective of the language that you hear, if I say, ain't like, ngizohamba le weekend ngikhulume namhlobo bami eKasi, you know, just to relax a bit, wabona mos. What did you hear? You had so many languages. As the society, you can even identify them and say, this is Afrikaans, this is isiZulu, this is, you are busy naming them. In fact, from a point of view, you are correct that I was code switching. But that is your problem as the hearer. From the speaker's point of view, I was not counting, I was not thinking, let me move, let me cross, let me have a passport to this language or that. I was simply engaged in meaning making. So from the first utterance to the last one, you see there's a continuation of the meaning, and the meaning was never interrupted by any language. It moved across, I mean exactly what I said, and is so coherent. Right? That's my repertoire. I'm the one translanguaging. It's always usually the speaker who's translanguaging and not the hearer. The hearer is hearing other things, which is okay because the society has named those as different languages. Shall I tell you another story? Once upon a time, so the question is, how did we come to think about one language, one nation, okay? Once upon a time, there was a huge history of the Europeans And this history was based on what was called at that time the Dark Ages. And in that time, it was really bad that Europeans came to a consciousness that this shall never happen again. What did they do? They went back to say, let's go back, have our historical consciousness, and get values that can take us out of this period, so that you can have relatively peace. It was based on having one language, one nation, sovereignty as the key denominator against, as we know, the foreigner. Because at that time it was bad that somebody moves into a territory and all of that. Therefore, you have to have what is called nation-statism. It came to life. But in the ages when we didn't have this, the Dark Ages, which is counteracted with enlightenment. You are enlightening what was dark at that time. There was even a terrible disease that looked like COVID. And then during that time, you had to do one thing to know that you're going. And that was atia, when you sneeze. And then what we do today, bless you. But it was a signal at the time that you are going away. As a be blessed, and you are passing on, meeting the ancestors. Right? And then, but in the Enlightenment period, then there was this amazing story of a gentleman who had a wife who was deaf. And what he did was to try to put strings in the ear in order to check that his concoction was working, the hearing, to help the wife. And because relatively there was peace. That's great period of invention. And then what did he say? Because at that time women were called by their surname, their father's surnames. Therefore, hello. Hello. And then if there was movement, it meant that the strings were working. Okay, I shared 3 segments with you about what happened at that time. In fact, Europe became such an amazing region of the world with civilization, what you call Renaissance. Then you have this enlightenment, and things are actually great and mighty to the degree that we had them at the time. We are now in the 21st century. There is a carryover effect. 1, we still say, bless you. Number 2, we still say, hello. Number 3, which is what is a bit controversial, is we are still carrying this oneness ideology, that one nation, one language, and necessarily cascades into one classroom, one language. Teachers today saying, only one language in my class because you can't possibly use another language over here, which is a carryover effect of something that was ideal and relevant at a particular historical times. But now we are in the 21st century, we're speaking about the Internet of Things, where we say everything was segregated from each other. Separatism was the value at some point. But today, the values of the 21st century are nested in this key phrasing: everything is connected to everything else. We can speak about that in other different ways, but it comes down to that inscription. Yet, while all things are connecting to each other, when it comes to languages, there's this heavy protectivism around. It's my own language, it must never be contaminated with the other, which is potentially a challenge for us in this period and age. Now, I'm still talking about translanguaging, and I'm trying to explain how did we come to think that oneness is great. And today, in the 21st century, we are speaking now about languages hacking and loving Ubuntuizing of the languages, which means bringing them closer than they were in the historical past. Is this another just 21st century invention? We believe that innovation is always nested in the history. Now, is translanguaging another European concept that has been planted among African language or multilingual dispositions? We find an answer if we use the metaphor of the Ghanaian mythical bird called Sankofa, which means you go back to fetch. So if we go back to fetch, we precede colonialism. What you see is that, in fact, it is actually very much indigenous. What you see in the small street is some kind of reincarnation of an ancient cultural competence of the Africans whose languages had always been flowing and linking into each other. Therefore, the claim that translanguaging could be another European thing is dismissed. Because when you go to the ancient city, the Limpopo Valley, you find this cultural heart of what we'll define as Ubuntu translanguage, the real root where the concept is coming from. This is the historical melting pot of the Kalanga, the Karanga, the Soto, the Nguni, the Khoi, and the San people were all in that multilingual city. By the way, they even developed or designed or the craft where you make a rhino that is made of gold. In other words, in multilingualism, people were thriving, and it was never a problem to be solved. It was a resource. If you go today in Mapungu, you'll find the clay pots of the Ngunis, the Sotus, all in that one big space. It shows this relationality. And if you look at the African languages, again, being idiomatic in their expression, you find that most of these languages that were there, even today, they have this phrase, stranger, come to our place so we are complete. In other words, you domesticate strangeness. And strangeness and newness are never apart. Because why? I am, because we are. That's why the locus of Ubuntu nested in the ethos of the African languages and their cultural spaces had always been. And because of this, when you are, if anybody visits the top tip of the South African part, the Zimbabwe, Botswana, and South Africa, you have got two rivers that are giving this kind of confluence. One is coming the other side, and one is the Limpopo River. So as soon as they merge, they create this confluence. Okay? So in that confluence, is this where now when we localize translanguaging to say there's a confluence and infinite relations of dependency between languages. If the crocodile is sitting after the two rivers merged, and then it drinks water, and one drop, for instance, the taste of such a river and the taste of Limpopo River are indistinguishable. It's just water. Which is what you then, in the mind of the multilingual speaker, that kind of differentiation isn't quite there. It's a continuum of stuff. That's why it's a continuation, discontinuation, continuation, where chaos and order coexist without contradiction. Okay? And this is now, if that is what we have, and people have it in Johannesburg, and they had it in Mapungwe, what is missing? Then in terms of the pedagogies, the ways of knowing that are local to the people, now you have got English that is spoken in the African context. Then it means strategy number one, we can embed translanguaging in the curriculum as one way of valorizing or acknowledging that other languages exist in the minds of the students that we are teaching English. I'm just going to summarize In terms of the curriculum parameters, it's called sequencing, and you have got the pacing and the depth, breadth, and progression, because usually then from education point of view, and people say, well, if now I plug in another language in my class, that's going to confuse how things move. Research and the work that is happening shows that virtually no, is a myth and is based on fear. Pacing, is it going to make the curriculum to be not finish the syllabus? Actually, no. The curriculum would even go faster than using only one language where there's a lot of confusion, children staring at you in the face. And that amount of confusion is taking much more time than allowing themselves to come to the fore. The depth, if now we say, I'm hungry, okay, so I'm hungry is a feeling of feeling the hunger. But if you speak in this metaphoric African language, it's saying hunger is killing me for the same thing, because that's how you express that. Then it brings all this connotation of emergency and helplessness and hopefulness, which in the moment of saying I'm hungry, it doesn't have those connotations. As a result, the teaching of English, be it poetry or anything, it can deepen the interpretation to depth instead of picking up on the one worldview. In fact, when I started here, we spoke about greetings. I said, Sanibonani. And then in English, I said, good morning. Right? So you can see different worldviews encapsulated just in the greetings. Because if I say Sanibonani, I literally mean we see you. Okay? That means what is valued is our closeness rather than our separateness. Therefore, it is always a praise moment to have someone with you in close proximity, because then you are so communal. And it's also about that, the individual. Now, compare this, for example, with good morning, which is something very much external to us, right? So the worldview is something that is more external oriented versus this internal stuff. So in terms of depth, bringing these two languages together, it provides you this potpourri of meta-linguistic awareness, meta-cultural awareness, meta-cognition, all these great things about imaginative thinking that we say we put our students at universities for, right? And also you have got the breadth, because then our English curriculum can be so narrow and only giving you the good morning, forgetting that there is this other huge worldview that needs to be part of that continuation. Okay, so I'll skip all of this because then I use that to explain and also to check around time. And it can be progression across the curriculum. In first year, we can maybe just bring words. In second year, you can bring few sentences. Maybe third year, you can infuse this progressively. But what it does, it values somebody's identity. And then I'm going to show you in the some of these this is not the teaching of an African language in an English class. By no means we are teaching English. But we are recognizing and valuing that English coexists with other languages. These children, students, are not coming here empty without anything. Okay, so you can have this, what you call the exit tickets. At the end of the learner, student write 1 to 2 sentences today in any language. They were dealing with onomatopoeia, for example. Dual language journals were a short paragraph in that and another in the other. Concept translation, as we did with I'm hungry, the whole notion of hunger, what that means in terms of the depth. 1 minute takeaway, what is one thing that you have taken away from my class today, but in a different language? Multilingual dialogue writing script, the soap operas in South Africa, actually they're written that way. Okay, multilingual brainstorms, like in the beginning, I'm going to show an example of going to a lesson. So it's what it actually look like. So you begin with the I. Lecturers oftentimes, we want to group people, sit in pairs and discuss something. So my point is then the I is being relegated to almost non-existent because it's misinterpretation of Ubuntu, even in that sense, because you just the collective, everything else, and there's no space. I believe you start as the individual. So we can see this is an image of a ginger root. It seems to be confused whether it's actually going horizontal or vertical, but it's actually seems to be going the horizontal way, but it has more elements of verticality in that. And that's what is defined as the rhizome. So probably that's what a multilingual on English, multilingual infused classroom need to be looking like in a sense, and I'll explain that it's only possible if we create mini lessons. The aim, young people say, is not to sweat. In the past, it was a lockstep approach where the lecturer is teaching, is giving information and all of that. But today, we do some kind of disintegration through what is called mini lesson. It is in those mini lessons that then you allow all these other repertoires to be used functionally, but the bigger lesson is still there for reporting in the English language. And it doesn't create any kind of confusion. I believe that when I was taught, we move away from lesson happening to a prototypical lesson planning structure. You know, the lesson like life has got the beginning, the middle, or the end, or in other cultures, if you like food, the classic way you have starter, main course, and dessert. And this is how we perceive our classroom from planning point of view, because multilingualism needs to be planned. So that's what it looked like. In the beginning, 1 minute. What is it that you know about? Have you ever seen somebody hungry? Let's say we're talking about, I don't know which topic you might have, and then they do these multilingual brainstorms, and they can do that on a little piece of paper. It has nothing to do with the lecturer. It has students who languages, because it's first and foremost an individual act. And then key concepts, onomatopoeia, or the color green, if you are teaching colors, and you'll find that maybe in isiZulu there's no color green, and you wouldn't know unless you allow the scaffolding of key concepts in the beginning, without which the lesson would take place. Maybe we don't know that onomatopoeia does not exist in an African language, and unless you do this kind of pairing, it is the only way that you begin to realize, okay, when you speak about this, something that is non-existent. Then we start from the individual work in your own way, use your own language as an individual in your silent corner, because the thinking begins with you. After that, we look at cognate languages. Whoever else that's speaking a language very closer to you, you can sit together and do affirmations. So you're moving them to a more complex and affirming space. Now, we also intentionally say, go find somebody who doesn't speak, who is very, very completely different from you. Because it happens in life that you meet people who don't speak the language that you speak. And this prepares them for the English engagement, because at this stage, they have to use English because they don't understand each other. And also, actually, it's a preparation now for the main lesson, where we can also say, planned. Now, those who come from language A, what is your example? And so on, so that we can enrich and deepen the understanding. This is happening in the mini lesson. The lecturer doesn't have to know anybody's language. In the post lesson, you can say now in your own language to do now meta-cognitive reflections. Summarize a little bit what you think in 2 sentences. You can use both English and your local language, your other language. And is the feeling we're talking about hunger maybe in the classroom that day, and the students, some of them, it takes them too hard because it reminds them of a relative who died of hunger. So you can also allow this to give a catharsis, emotional outlet, but in the language of your heart. Tell me how this made you feel. And then you can have, we call this the McDonald's 1 minute takeaway in bilingually, okay? What is it that you think you have learned? And do it in more than one language, in English and the other. Okay, so based on this, therefore, it's very possible to infuse translanguaging, to infuse multilingual nuggets within the English. This does not, we know, it doesn't take the English proficiency. If anything, English benefits immensely from this type of engagement. Okay, so I wouldn't speak about assessment, but you have noticed that in the lessons when the peers are talking with each other, or when the individual is making all these reflections, right? So what you have there is some kind of assessment, because when people think about assessment, we always think about high stakes, standardized, end of year exam. But assessment is very multifaceted. This is the time when you begin to respect that the students are assessing themselves, but applying a different local language even to check their understanding. When they're engaged in this mini lesson, there's peer-to-peer feedback, which as the lecturer, you are simply facilitating that. Hence, the aim is not to sweat. In the interest of time, I will then skip the rest of the session, which is also around strategy number 3 would be to try and multilingual research, where multilingualism both as content and as method of research, right? We talk about here classroom-based type of research where students are having small little videos or selfies where they are in their own conversations, they are recording these multilingual, bilingual engagements. And of course, the writing of the paper would finally be in a language that the lecturer prefers. But if we study multilingualism using English, but using monolingual tools, even interviewing the elderly people through the medium of English, I think this is just another nugget to say, even in research, we can actually infuse, so we can deepen the interpretation of this circumlocution and all these other cultural concepts, and then explain this, as we heard from the keynote address, Chinua Achebe, where English is taking a more local character, because unless we do this, then it is floating at another level, it's not truly connected. Okay, these are some of the rationale why the type of research needs to happen in that way. Realities of the students, epistemic injustice, and this is what the model might look like, where you are co-sensing the issue, where the participant and the researcher conflate roles. I am researching because you are researching. So I'm the respondent and the researcher at the same time. So of course it goes into the ethics of ethics. If I want to be famous and I'm participating, but also researching, that brings down and cautions the whole locus of ethical clearance or ethical considerations, so that our subjects, our participants are not called objects of our research, but they are co-researching, okay? And if that is the case, it means we're talking about researching through the medium of English, or reporting through the medium of English what may have been researched multilingually. On that note, it is John F. Kennedy, in fact, who said, let us go to the moon. It sounds very scary that we can bring all these potpourri of languages now and work together. The Ubuntu of the English is something. He said we do that precisely because it's not easy. In other words, we become comfortable with being uncomfortable. And it's okay to be uncomfortable. We reward the world of learning, assessing and researching with English coexisting with indigenous local languages. On that note, ngiyabonga, ngiyaleboha. Thank you.
Wow. What an amazing presentation. Very interesting. I absolutely love that, that word, Ubuntu. I am because we are. And that also embraces and lets me think that when we are doing translanguaging in a classroom, it allows the students or the learners to embrace other cultures, other languages. It might even teach them to learn a new language, and so there's so much that goes together with translanguaging in a classroom, and I think it was just wonderful the strategies we can use as teachers, and maybe experiment in your lectures, in those that are in your face-to-face teaching in our face-to-face universities. Might be interesting. You can start a new research project on that. So. Thank you so much, Professor Makalila. I think we can give him another hand of applause. That was wonderful. So, Prof, you forgot your paper and your pen.
You'll remind me.
So, now's an opportunity for you to ask questions. I see one hand. Two hands. So we have two questions. So I'll begin with you.
Good morning, sir. I wanted to ask, you mentioned translanguaging would essentially create a fairer way of teaching English, a more effective way of teaching English within the classroom, and a more sort of multicultural, accepting way of interacting with different languages. I just wanted to ask, in the school curriculum, it adopts a fairly colonial mindset with discipline, so the idea that knowledge can be separated into distinct groups and contained and boundaried, to such an extent that from the intermediate phase and up, the identity of the teachers teaching these different subjects is different. So the Afrikaans teacher is different to their English teacher, is different to their math teacher, so on and so forth. But if you really think about it, it's not possible to separate these disciplines. Like physics requires knowledge of maths, and biology requires you to understand the physics of how the lungs work, and history requires you to look at map work, etc., etc. So my question is, do you think it is maybe time to stop teaching each language as individuals and maybe adopt a language lesson, and multiple languages can be taught simultaneously in that sort of subject?
Thank you. And then over here.
Okay, so my question is kind of an extension of that. If translanguaging and multilingual Ubuntu is a process that we approach teaching with, and the generation of research among students, doesn't that also require a dissolution of our sort of general ways of thinking about the structures of research, of methodology, the concept of a methodology itself, one thing leading to the next thing logically, is useful, but it is also embedded within a rigidity and a singular nature that Ubuntu precludes. Should we not be using this way of thinking, this epistemic embedding of moving beyond the individual, the great thinker, the academic in the ivory tower? Shouldn't the process of academia be moving away from rigidity into fluidity, not just allowing for multiple languages to exist simultaneously in the same rigid structure, but moving away from these massive lenses, these structures, these ways of thinking that force us into a singular method, a singular way of writing, a singular process of close reading or critical analysis?
Yes, thank you for the questions. I'll start with the last because I was nodding as you were saying. It does call for that rethinking and reorientating the manner in which research has historically been approached, because it does follow the logic of the hierarchy, the rigidity. You spoke about the logicality because of what you call the methodology. So here then the boundaries between the researcher and the researched are fluid, because you could be the researcher, but you are also the participant at the same time. And where does this place the ethics of research? Because we want to protect our participants from harm, right? That's the locus of protecting from harm, is by making them invisible. In fact, we say it should be anonymous and confidential, and their name will not be disclosed, and all of that. And it does contradict with people who say that I'm giving this information, but I want to be a part of it. And they want you to take them videos, and they say, please, I want to be on TV, and I want my name to be in there. So, but from the ethics point of view, you can't do that, because it says you must protect them. So in other words, we think they don't have agency. They become, their voices are, I'm going to publish a huge book, and I'm talking about now a handbook of trans-languaging coming in. It's based on the voices of the people who will never be recognized in any way whatsoever. Thank you to the participants, but they cannot be disclosed because we need to protect them. So it does call for some kind of rethinking around where there's a choice that I want to hide or I want to be in the platform. And for so many rural communities that I work with, they don't know why they need to be protected, right? But I understand where the story of protection came from historically. So translanguaging provides a fair way of acknowledging mainly is the identity positions of the person that you teach, to say, if we really say this is student-centered approach, there are funds of knowledge, there are things that come with you're not a tabula rasa. It means valorizing some of these repertoires. We know the main domain of teaching English is, the output is English, right? But the process, the method of arriving there is acknowledgement of all this, because identity is critically important. So you asked the question on whether shouldn't each language therefore be taught separately in order to respect it for what it is. In other words, if I understood the question well, my position is that these languages always coexist. The main focus would be you still teach and understand the Shakespeare and the locus of maxim of straight to the point, but that is always and all the time in the context of the other. On the counter argument, there are people who say if you're going to put the African language in the same space as English, then you are putting an elephant and a mouse. So this will just dissipate and kill the African languages before they even come to life. Therefore, you need to protect them. I also take a different view that protecting, let them fight, instead of protecting them, because they'll die in their own way. In fact, they're not developing without them being brought into the space. And also thinking about the history of English itself, having borrowed heavily from a host of other languages, where 80% of the words or the concepts we use in English are actually not English, are all borrowings from the Incorns, the Chaucerians, and the Shakespeareism of that time. 10,000 words lifted from French into English, and everywhere Scandinavian languages coming in, Dutch, cookie, and banana, which is an African language word. So I have not seen a space where we can truly say, truly separate. Okay.
Thank you. So there's one hand. Anybody else? And here's another.
I can't see this one.
Run, Forrest, run.
I was very interested in what you said about circumlocution and, you know, an English requirement to cut straight to the point and so on. I was thinking of it in terms of my own marking of essays, the biggest thing that fills our lives. And it seems to me that our students come in and they talk around and they circumlocute and they approach things from different angles. And we say, no, that is wrong. And we just, at this point, I feel that the tail is wagging the dog. You know, we started by saying, no, this is how you should structure it. And that didn't work. So then we started teaching the Peel method. And, you know, and it just becomes more and more dictatorial, with less and less space, not only for circumlocution, but for any kind of individual thought. And this troubles me. I would consign the Peel method to the dustbin of history with great pleasure. So what I want to ask, in terms of praxis, how can we integrate some valuable goals of expressing a point with clarity, you know, in an essay, with also some valuable thinking that comes through expressing in a different way with slightly different goals, where clarity and cutting to the chase is not the primary thing. You know, how can we integrate those in our praxis? Because I think that we will teach our students to write better essays if we can integrate that, coming at things from different angles, circumlocuting, integrating different ways of thinking, rather than making it a very mechanistic process.
Okay, then we have a question over here.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, no, Prof. My apologies. My hand was up, but you couldn't see it.
Oh, sorry.
It's probably because of various reasons, because I'm always with Prof, so we were like, Mkichima, we can always ask the professor the question.
Okay.
Okay. Just a quick one. Prof, you mentioned that one doesn't need to understand the student's language or the learner's language in order to invite the student's languages in class. How do you do that as a teacher? How do you fact check, for instance, the correctness of that which they are saying as students, if it actually coheres with the intended outcomes or the content per se? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Then over here, Dierwald, one has a question.
Good morning, and thank you very much for a fascinating discussion. My question is, at what stage do you think translanguaging should start? Should it start already at school level, grade, and continue throughout the educational journey? Or, because obviously we all know that language adaptability and language learning does come easier at a younger age. I know this isn't specifically about learning another language, but about allowing your identity in your language to be understood better and to be sort of adapted for by the teacher or the university lecturer or so. So I'm just wondering, what stage do you think it should, and should it be used at all stages? What is your thoughts about that, Professor? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So.
I'm getting all these amazing questions that help to refine my thinking. I was saying to somebody saying problems are okay, and because they don't necessarily define, but they refine who we are and what to do. Again, I'm going to start with the last questions. The last question: at what stage do you infuse translanguaging? See, even from ECD, as soon as a child knows their language, they are age 6, they are now ready to do more stuff. As soon as you use the English, you say a cow, they're already doing some contrasts in their internally with the language that they have. So it is happening as long as you know another language and you're taught in a different language. This contrast is happening, but this contrast that is happening internal to the children had always been sidelined. So what all this is asking is a space to acknowledge that without necessarily taking away that which the teacher wants to see, the outcome, that you should speak, you should communicate, you should have think, and even through English, right? So it can happen in very, very small, incremental ways, even from grade R, from the beginning. At this level, if it's done that way, it should almost be a normal process. Sometimes people say at the university, if you ask students to do anything in their home languages, they don't want, right? It's because that in terms of progression, this was not institutionalized as a practice from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 and so on, to a point where you can say even in the dissertation, instead of university translating dissertations now in African languages, you can actually make it a requirement that you have to bring the abstract in a language other than English, if they can, if this process started much earlier and they are comfortable with that. Right? Now, with what does it mean? This is always a question. If I don't know the students' languages, what's going to happen? Okay, so we say now we also here do an epistemological shift, that the whole project of going to a classroom is no longer about teaching. It is about learning. So the lecturer is going to humble themselves to say that I don't know it all, and I'm going to allow the students to do what they have to do. But as a quality assurance measure, the reports coming to you are going to be in a language you understand. That's why you needed to have these mini lessons. But when you go to stage number 3, in the example that we had, where it's non-cognate languages, we are forced, if you speak Icelandic, I speak isiZulu, we'll be forced to explain the concept in Icelandic and in isiZulu, but using English at that point, right? So then they're ready to report, what did you discuss and what colors did you come up with? And you'll find that, oh, in isiZulu there isn't such a thing. It does mean that as a lecturer you have learned something. Then you can't talk about photosynthesis in a very monolithic way without understanding these dimensions of science that are not particular to certain languages. So the lecturer, from here, because also it connects with what is translanguaging, we said it is an insight job. It's never the lecturer that has to translanguage, but the students do. Okay, and then I also like the question, not that I didn't like the question, because we fight with teachers. Yeah, I don't understand their language, and it's true, right? But you also don't understand, they also don't understand fully the dimensions of what you're saying. Maybe the answer lies in this. What is the praxis of circumlocution? Does it mean that people should not write paragraphs at all? Absolutely no. They will still write paragraphs, but it's like from you talked about it, the dog wagging the tail, the blind leading the blind. Both the lecturer and the student are not aware of what is the challenge. You keep and you become red in marking with a red pen and cursing and angry that they are not getting it. I've been teaching the logical coherence and it doesn't make sense. And these students are now in their third year, they're even honors. This is a master's dissertation, it has no logic whatsoever. So it takes away the pain of the lecturer to be at another level of understanding. The ethics of care are that they're different. The way that you do what you do, you could, students here circumlocute, and then you do comparisons and say, you see, this is how you normally make sense in your communities. When the people are drinking kompoti around, they go in circle, the calabash goes in circles, it doesn't go straight. Or even in greetings, they'll tell you all of this, that I don't say Vebra, greetings, I'll say Vukile, pass my greetings to Vebra. So it goes in circles. So this circumlocution or being indirect is a huge thing, as long as they understand that the English paragraph means that they have to go the other way. Then you have that aha moment, because then now they can approach like I do now, right? Now I know that, okay, even when we write academic articles, many reasons why Vukile's articles are not being published is because he doesn't understand the three moves that are made in an introduction: mapping the territory, finding the niche, and the occupying the niche, which is how they move. You see, it's a very, very direct and hierarchical way in which you approach the writing. I think the story here is about awareness or the consciousness, okay? And they can choose to follow now that they're aware or not, but at least they're aware. Okay, so that's that, I think, yeah, the dual consciousness. The multilingual consciousness, it goes down to not just the language at the surface, but to the rhetorical moves that people do when they write. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, Professor Muckleneuk, thank you so much. We really appreciate this, your
Thank
talk.
you.
It was so interesting.
Thank you.
Don't you agree? Yes, thank you. So this is
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, they want to take we've got to be on TV. You know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just, because I was so excited to welcome, and there he's walking away without his water, Prof. Muckleneuk, your special bot from his from his house. So I was so excited that I just realized, oh my word, did I introduce myself, or did I just assume everybody knows me? Because I've been talking to this one and that one. So by the way, I'm Verbra Pfeiffer. Yes, and I'm also in the English Studies department. Okay, so there's something really important I would like to mention to you. It would be nice that you, when we, sort of go to the various sessions, that there's a nice, balance of people attending the sessions, You know, it's quite sad when there's just one or two people that's in that session. So I know there's super exciting and there's, you know, oh, I want to listen to this. And, you know, and some of us just like, oh, I'm not going to move an inch today. I'm going to stay where I am, just here in one location. So go and have a listen. Go and, you know, go around listening to the talks. So I wish you a wonderful, enjoyable second day to the Wordscapes at the Wordscapes conference. So go and enjoy. Now we have a break. Enjoy a cup of coffee, a cup of tea.
Morning, everybody. I'm Jean Rossman from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and our panel today is titled Language and Literature vis-a-vis Social Needs. And we have 3 speakers, and they're all from their home, Unisa. We have Russell Goldman, a lecturer at Unisa, and Sydney Maluleka, also a lecturer here, and a postgrad student, Keegan Whittle. And we'll be starting with Russell's paper, Problematic Authors, Problematic Texts, Identity Politics, Cancel Culture, and Literary Valuation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining me. My name is Russell Goldman from the University of South Africa. Today, I'd like to address an issue that is plaguing, to some extent, popular media and literary criticism. How do we, as readers and critics, respond? Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is still Russell Goldman. I'm still from the University of South Africa. And I'm grateful to see so many of you here today to listen to me speak. Thank you. My talk this morning addresses a challenge that is no longer just a theoretical debate among literary scholars and academics, but has become a live cultural question in the realm of popular criticism. What do we do with the art we love when its creator fails us ethically, morally, or ideologically? I have titled this paper, Problematic Authors, Problematic Texts, Ethical Criticism, Cancel Culture, and the Problem of Literary Conflation. This is slightly different than the title that appears in our program and our book of abstracts, because it's a case of the tale having grown and changed a little bit in the telling. What I'm hoping to illustrate with this title is that we are dealing with a world in which authorial accountability for bad actions frequently gets collapsed into moral and aesthetic condemnation of those works created by those authors. I argue here for a position of critical maturity, one that refuses to excuse harm, but equally refuses to erase or foreclose the interpretive possibilities of the text. The central question I'm asking is deceptively simple. Should the moral failings of an author change how we read, teach, or evaluate their work? In the wake of controversies around figures such as J.K. Rowling and Neil Gaiman, the answer for many readers and popular critics has been a resounding yes. What we increasingly see is not merely a distancing from the author, but frequently a rejection of their works on an aesthetic level. This is, of course, understandable. Readers often feel a personal bond with authors whose works shape their childhoods, their worldviews, their emotional landscapes. When these authors then betray those values, the shock is profound. But a critical response, I argue, should be cautious and not reactionary. My position today is twofold. First, accountability matters. We cannot and must not simply separate the art from the artist and ignore any harm caused by authors' words or deeds. However, we must resist the temptation to fold that accountability into aesthetic criticism of their works, especially when for some that work has offered tools of inclusion, representation, or indeed even resistance. Reflexive rejection of a text risks erasing its emancipatory potential and denying readers the agency to decide what it still means for them. I will structure today's argument around three claims. First, authors must be held accountable when their words or actions cause harm. This is without debate. Literary culture cannot and should never insulate authors from just critique or, in fact, the social or legal consequences of their actions simply because they're considered admirable creators. Second, a work's aesthetic value is not automatically negated by an author's moral failure. If a book empowered readers, inspired solidarity, or offered a vision of justice, those effects are not retroactively voided by the author's behavior. Third, reader agency must be defended. Readers are capable of holding two truths at once, condemning an author while still valuing the text. Shaming those who can do so for continuing to read and engage with texts or franchises they love or find personally meaningful risks replacing interpretive dialogue with moral coercion. Together, these claims call for a careful balance, a form of criticism that, on the one hand, does not excuse, and on the other hand, does not erase, but creates room for nuanced engagement. The question of whether we should reevaluate texts when their authors fall from grace for whatever reason depends partly on how we understand authorship itself. As we're no doubt all familiar, Roland Barthes famously proclaimed the death of the author in 1967, arguing that meaning resides not with the creator, but with the reader and the text. Michel Foucault then went on to reframe the author as an author function, a discursive lexis of historical and sociological context, rather than the sovereign origin of meaning. These assertions decenter the author, freeing readers to find meaning beyond authorial intent. However, ethical criticism brings the author back into the spotlight. Beres Gort contends that moral flaws in a work can constitute aesthetic flaws, while Noel Carroll holds that ethical content can enrich or diminish artistic value by shaping audience response. I find myself, however, drawn to Anderson and Dean's assertion of moderate autonomism. Moral content is relevant, but not the be-all and end-all. It should inform interpretation, but it does not automatically determine whether a work is aesthetically good or bad. Richard Posner warns that ethical criticism can become ideological policing when it shifts from analyzing form and effect to policing moral purity. The stakes of this debate have been somewhat transformed by the rise of digital media. Moral discourse is no longer confined to academic journals or book reviews when it comes to texts and their creators. It unfolds live, in real time, in front of global audiences. Even describes cancel culture as a moral economy of visibility in which transgressions are amplified and reputations can collapse overnight. Meredith Clark highlights how social media platforms amplify outrage and create durable reputational narratives. This is more than just more voices entering the conversation. It is a structural shift in how the reading of texts is approached through digital spaces. Viral commentary invites readers to view works through the lens of their authors and narrows the space between readers and the authors far more than used to be the case before the advent of social media platforms. Thanks to social media platforms and the landscape of the internet, literary reception can very easily become politicized, very polarized, and performative. J.K. Rowling provides a clear case study of this shift. Her 2020 tweets regarding gender identity provoked a worldwide backlash and resulted in various calls from betrayed, hurt, and disillusioned fans to boycott the Harry Potter franchise. In the wake of these statements, many critics who considered themselves allies of those very fans who felt betrayed revisited the series with new questions. Dialogues that had been very much on the margins of discussion regarding the franchise suddenly became centered. Were its messages of love and tolerance compromised from the very start? Journalist Aja Romano argued that we can no longer talk about Harry Potter without foregrounding the prejudice beneath its surface-level morality. Articles on websites like LitHub similarly reframed the series, scrutinizing its Anglocentrism, its limited diversity, and its portrayal of goblins as potentially anti-Semitic caricatures. Readers also expressed their disillusionment. For example, one of my own friends, this is anecdotal, I know, but I think it speaks to the feeling, the sentiment, confessed to me, I used to love these books. Now I can't read them without hearing that woman's voice in my head. For me, the magic is gone. Yet for many queer and marginalized readers, Harry Potter had functioned as a space of belonging. We must ask whether Rowling's comments retroactively nullify that experience, or whether we can still read critically, acknowledging the harm she's done, while preserving what was once empowering for so many. And a testament to this is the fact that there are fans who have specifically commissioned artists to redesign the covers of her novels, removing her authorship credit from the fronts of those books. this brings us to the case of Neil Gaiman. And you'll note that I've dropped the pretty backgrounds from my presentation at this point in time because we're talking about something very stark and very serious. Neil Gaiman's case is equally revealing. He has been long celebrated for his progressive persona. However, in late 2024, early 2025, allegations of serious sexual misconduct appeared in the media. The public reaction was swift and severe, with some publishers and collaborators distancing themselves from him almost immediately. What followed was not outrage on its own, but again, a rereading and a recontextualizing of his work. I can point to articles in Salon and on websites like Comic Book Club Live, which began framing the Sandman in light of these allegations. For example, Zalburn wrote, "It is physically painful to watch Sandman now," in reference to the Netflix adaptation of Neil Gaiman's most popular series of comics. On Reddit, we find examples of users revisiting Gaiman's work, finding troubling patterns they felt had been hidden in plain sight. One comment described him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Another reflected that it was always there in how female characters were treated in his novel Anansi Boys. These are emotionally charged and entirely justifiable responses on an individual level. However, on a larger societal level, and again, on a critical level in the popular zeitgeist, these responses can reshape textual interpretation. They illustrate how moral failure by the author can lead to totalizing reassessments of a text's value, even when the core themes of that text remain unchanged. And again, I'm going to become a little bit anecdotal. I, for many years, was a huge fan of Neil Gaiman and of the Sandman, and it was in the pages of those comics that I found the first really well-written transgender representation I'd ever come across. And I don't think the things that Gaiman did subsequently rob that book of that meaning. Now, this is not a new trend. It's been around for a long time, but it is becoming more noticeable, again, in the realm of popular cultural criticism. I remember when allegations first surfaced of Roald Dahl being anti-Semitic, there was a lot of revaluation of his works, and they were poured through to determine whether or not they carried the same message. While that wasn't the case, they were subsequently edited and republished to be kinder as children's stories, to remove problematic references. Orson Scott Card's blatant anti-homosexual campaign resulted in calls for boycotts against both the author and his works, though they weren't particularly successful. And Lovecraft's deep-seated xenophobia and racism have resulted in a total reinterpretation of his brand of eldritch horror. So, why this matters? When we collapse criticism into moral critique of the work and the author, we undermine reader autonomy, we foreclose diversity of interpretation, we undermine the value that the works hold for their readers, and we treat literature as simplified moral propaganda, not complex art. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for keeping so well to time. That was amazing, despite all the little hiccups. Sydney, we're going to have Sydney Maluleka presenting to us, Finding Voice in Writing, an exploration of the expression of grief in undergraduate students' memoirs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sydney Maluleke, and I'll be presenting my paper entitled Finding Voice Through Memoir Writing, an exploration of the expression of grief in undergraduate students' narratives. The paper has been co-authored by me, together with Prof. Ben and Prof. Lipalala. This paper has been adapted from my PhD thesis, which was focusing on how we can use memoirs to find voice and how we can use that in academic writing. But for this paper specifically, we're focusing on how memoirs help students to find voice in grief or help them to express their grief. What do we mean by grief? Grief entails the psychological reaction and processing of loss or bereavement. I know oftentimes when people talk of bereavement, they refer to death, but bereavement is all about loss, and loss comes in different ways due to different circumstances. It can be due to divorce, when you lose your partner, or kids, even in a family, when there's divorce. They lose that kind of a warm family setup when parents separate. Grief can also happen when you meet an accident and you go through trauma. Sometimes maybe you can have your arm amputated. That process of loss brings grief. Grief can be caused by any kind of loss that comes maybe when someone robs you of something that you value. It can be a cell phone. You go under grief as well. So, in simple terms, grief entails a psychological reaction to that state of loss. Grief is unique to each individual and influenced by the nature of experiences that they have undergone. Grief is a process. It may take a very long time, depending on how someone deals with it. It can be weeks, it can be months, it can be years, or even a lifetime. As individuals deal with the disruption caused by loss, we can give an example when there's death in a family. Some heal fast, and when I say fast, sometimes it can be 3 years, some it can even take 10 years or never heal at all. It depends on how much it has impacted on someone. So in this particular paper, we look at memoirs that are referred to as grief memoirs. These are memoirs that focus or that deal with the theme of grief specifically, or that express the grief that people go through. Grief memoirs are carefully crafted and curated literary artifacts, which authors, as the central subjects, employ to reflect on moments of grief in their lives. For authors, grief memoirs create a safe space in which they can express their emotions without fears of judgment. And for readers, an engagement with others' painful experiences may help reinforce the idea that they are not alone in their own struggles, because when they read grief memoirs, they start to realize that other people are going through the same emotional effects, and they learn about how they cope with those moments of loss. The paper aims to explain how first-year undergraduate students employ memo writing as a tool for expressing their grief. And the research question that the paper aims to address is as follows. In what ways does memo writing enable students to express their grief? This paper was underpinned by the socio-cultural theory of Vygotsky, or the socio-cultural theory of writing by Vygotsky, which states, writing and language are cultural tools designed to serve various purposes. Learning and development take place within social contexts, mediated by a range of cultural artifacts and semantic tools, such as language and writing. The socio-cultural theory of writing is underpinned by 4 key principles. 1, writing is a social practice. 2, writing is an activity that is oriented towards meaning making and benefits from collaborations amongst writers. Writing is multimodal, and writing is intertextual. We also try to elucidate what memoirs are in general and how they relate to other types of writing. In most cases, people confuse memoirs with autobiographies, even though these 2 genres have got overlaps, are intertwined. First of all, both of them are subgenres of life writing, where you write about your own life. They are used to reflect on personal experiences. However, autobiography was only recognized as a literary genre in the 18th century. Writing about the self in autobiographical form involves a careful and deliberate selection of lived experiences. What this basically means, like I always say, since I write autobiographies, history is not complete. It's all about careful and conscious selections of what you want to include. Like it's stated here, it's a deliberate selection of events that you want to include. The overlap between the 2 genres are as follows. One of them is that they use I, the personal pronoun I, that alludes to the author, or that refers to the author, who is also the subject. But memoirs depend solely on subjective memory. Like the term memoir, I think is French, which means memory. So when you write a memoir, you go to your memories and recollect the events that have happened. And everything is subjective because it's based on what you remember. But when it comes to autobiographies, you can refer to other verified facts. It can be from books, or it can be from people who have lived with you. Like what I've done when I wrote some of my memoirs, with certain subjects, I would go to their mothers to tell what were the circumstances around their birth. I would not want to rely on them, but I would go and refer from their mothers. But when it comes to memoirs, you use your memory. What we also did not include here is that memoirs focus on a specific event, but when it comes to autobiographies, it can be everything about your life as a whole. Memo writing tends to be therapeutic. It serves therapeutic purposes. For the past decades, 2 or 3 decades, there's been an increase in the publication of grief memoirs. A notable one that people may not think of is that of Nelson Mandela, Long Walk to Freedom, because it delves a lot on his life in prison, where he expressed the loss. He lost his family life because he was incarcerated, he was in jail. So he lost that life of being with people, with family, He could not even attend his mother's funeral. He could not attend his child's funeral, his son's funeral. So he went through a lot of loss, a lot of moments of loss by being incarcerated. Traumatized individuals experience relief when they communicate with another person. Writing therapy, or let me say memoirs, become a writing therapy. They are a therapy on its own because they involve the use. They allow someone to cope, to find a way of coping by writing everything down. For this particular paper, we used a qualitative research design. We worked with 5 first-year students who were registered for English studies and had joined the memo writing project. We had a project in 2022 where we worked with 5 students who were writing memoirs. I will expand on that later. The data was collected through interviews and written texts, which were memoirs and observations. The 5 participants were selected from a population of 2,373 students who were enrolled in the specific English module. We used a purposive sampling method where we chose information-rich participants. The participants were speaking different languages: isiZulu, Sesotho, Afrikaans, and English. And they came from different socio-economic backgrounds. Some were from Gauteng, some were from KwaZulu-Natal, and one was from Cape Town, when I remember. They were diverse in terms of gender and race. Out of 5, we only had 1 male participant. The rest were female, and they ranged from 18 to 40 years of age. In the project, the students were allowed the freedom to choose what to write about. We said, write about any event that you want to write about. We started by giving them hints of how to retrieve their memories. We used what we called memory triggers. We used different examples. I remember one of them was a sound of Sievendelan jingle that used to play at around 6 o'clock. Sievendelan is still playing even now. Is it still on TV now? I don't think so, but for so many people who grew up in the 90s, just the sound of that jingle, it reminds them of a lot of things that were happening at home when supper was being cooked, when the father was returning from work. Lucky Star Pilchard, the Sardines, we use them. Just the sight of that triggered certain memories. So memory triggers trigger different senses. Either a sense of smell, taste, hearing, sight, and touch. So we use different memory triggers for them to remember. So we said, go and choose any memory trigger and retrieve memories that are triggered by that particular artifact. So out of the 5 students, 4 of them wrote about pain and grief and sadness. Only one wrote about joyful moments that they enjoyed in life. The first memoir was entitled, "The Last Day She Lived to Fight for Us." The memoir reflected on an event where, the memoir written by a participant called Nicole reflected on an event where her parents met in a magistrate's court due to her father who had abandoned his parental duties. You'll understand, we didn't tell the student to write about this. The student felt free to express this, and this was the first time she has done so. The title marks the final occasion on which she witnessed her mother showing strength by fighting for her children. And following that, she became terminally ill and she died after coming from the magistrate's court. So this is the memoir. I'll just give you a minute to just take a glimpse on it and read a little bit. I'm not going to read it myself. So this is just an excerpt from the memoir. Let me continue. But before I continue, let me also state that in this memoir, the student also shows how much the separation, because the mother even went through grief herself because she divorced. She was separated from her husband. The separation had taken a toll on her own health, and she couldn't take it anymore, and she passed away. And the students, by writing this memoir, started to understand how this particular event had shaped her life, had made her who she had become later on in life. The second memoir, the title was The Dark Cloud of Misery, written by Pinky. It reflects on the death of her father, whom she dearly loved. I think it happened during COVID, somewhere there, where her father fell ill and died in front of her. She witnessed her father's health decline after a short illness. Okay, so this is the glimpse or the excerpt from the memoir that she wrote. Okay, the third one was called Disappointed by Tenjiwe, a student called Tenjiwe. Unlike the others, this one reflected on a very painful experience that she went through, where her father denied her an opportunity to go to university after passing matric, merely because she was a girl. And she could not become what she aspired to become in life. She wanted to become a doctor. The heartbreak she experienced when her father refused to support her to pursue her education after she passed matric. And even now, she still asks herself many questions, why he did that. So this is the excerpt from the text. The last one was called Broken Pieces. This is where the student called Letitia reflected on her own childhood of growing up, having little confidence in herself, not liking herself. The interesting part about it is that she became so creative that she wasn't writing it as I, but as she, as an adult who's reflecting on a young girl being herself, and the things that she was going through. She alternated between the first person pronoun I and the third person pronoun she. So this is a glimpse of the text. From all these texts that were written by the students, we see one thing, that there was one theme that was approached differently. Nicole's title signals her approach, grief caused by the parents' divorce and the death of her mother. So she suffered grief 2 times in this case. Tenjiwe's title refers to a sad emotion, maybe not grief precisely. Whereas Letitia's title refers to a feeling of brokenness, and Pinky, who used the metaphorical language to refer to her sadness, focused on the death of her father. The students did not use memoir writing to merely retrieve memories of past events. Instead, they used it to interrogate their own thoughts and gain an insight to why certain events took place. Memoir writing helped them to connect the dots between the past, the present, and the future, and to understand how certain circumstances that led to grief shaped their personal development. As we conclude, from this paper, we see that memoirs were an opportunity for students to find closure on some issues in their lives that remained unresolved. They helped students to gain insight into why certain incidents happened and how they shaped who they have become. Writing grief memoirs enabled the students to connect the past, the present, and the future, and memoir writing served as a coping mechanism that provided space for students to deal with loss, and ultimately as a form of therapy and self-reflection. The last one that I want to also include that I only thought of now is that memoir writing helped the students to gain confidence, to express themselves, and to talk about issues that have been bothering them for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sydney. It would be lovely to read more of those memoirs if we had the time. Thank you. And now we have Keegan Whittle, who's presenting on Collective Rebellion, a collaborative effort towards decolonizing the essay.
Right, can everyone hear me? Okay, so this is not going to take the standard format of presentations. This is going to be a discussion. So if everyone has not had enough caffeine, okay, please try your best to stay awake for this. So the topic of this discussion is Collective Rebellion, a collaborative effort towards decolonizing the essay. So you see, I was using some very fancy English to say you are all involved. The idea here, okay, is to see what we can do, what guidelines we can create for students, academics, and universities towards creating or facilitating the creation of essays which speak to a decolonized objective. So, firstly, I wanted to start with a question that I'd like you to ponder before I give you some background information. Essays in the 21st century discuss. In case you are unfamiliar with the joke, this is the standard sort of topic format that you would see in high school. Statement, discuss. Think about it. We'll see. We will open the floor to discussions in a moment. I want to start with a quick explanation, very quick, okay, about coloniality and decoloniality. Coloniality starts with the idea that it survives colonialism. It is maintained alive in books, in the criteria for academic performance, in the idea of common sense, and in the self-image of peoples. And the next one is that the secession of colonization as a military endeavor or practice of political subordination gives way to coloniality, the enduring residence of intellectualisms, presuppositions, and socio-cultural constructs which are propped up that sort of malignant behavior. Continues to marginalize and suppress the voice of the former colony. It is worth noting that the practice of colonialism was underpinned by an ideology that believed in a hierarchy of power relations, and that was taught to me by a certain academic who's in the audience today. Thank you, Dr. Knupta. And then it follows that this system valorized its architects, with European, Christian, masculine, and rational phenomena infatuated at the expense of subjects which they colonized, subjectivities which this construct deemed as savage, heathen, evil, emasculated, and irrational. Conversely, decoloniality is not necessarily a purely academic position. It is rather an objective, okay? Get rid of the remaining or lingering elements of coloniality. Which returns me to the basic question. Essays in the 21st century. Would anyone like to discuss that? Any ideas? Should it still be used as a method of assessment? Why is it still used? Should it be defended? Should it be disposed of? Any hands?
I have a great deal to say about essays. I do like essays, but I believe that essays date back from the Enlightenment, where they were used as a form of rhetoric, and we set essays because we want to assess whether students can take a position and defend it, and whether they can structure an argument in a particular way. But it dates back to essays like Montaigne and Francis Bacon and Enlightenment figures in the global north who wrote essays to show off their rhetorical prowess by and large.
Not to panic. The mention of rhetoric, I think, is important because our definition of the term comes from, yes, the Enlightenment, but also Greek rhetoricians, this concept of somebody who is able to stand in front of a room and speechify, make their point, argue their space. And so we frame essays in this way. However, so this is the clarification that I would actually like to ask. When you say decolonizing the essay, do you mean decolonizing the content of the essays that our students write, or the concept of the essay itself?
Yes.
Right. So in terms of the first, our teaching practice can do this. In terms of the second, it becomes more difficult because I think that would require the incorporation, like many of the speakers at this conference have pointed out, the incorporation of different modalities, different ways of, to use a specific term, rhetoric. The essay might exist as a format, if we define it more loosely, if we can actively take that definition and rather than going, this is this rhetorical format, just go, an essay is a piece of writing. How that writing is framed within the rhetorical embedded lived experience of the subject, in our case, African subjects.
Especially at undergraduate level, however, there is often the expectation that students do not speak with their own voice. The use of the personal pronoun is not allowed, their personal subjectivities are not permitted. You normally see that is more commonly expected from postgraduate students, however. Why the flip is there, I'm sure there's some logic behind it. But I just want to circle back to something that Professor Byrne mentioned, which is that the idea was to show off rhetorical capabilities, right? And in an academic sense, there is definitely a stake involved. Their marks, their performance, and their ability to continue with their studies are predicated on this. So there's a great deal of almost systematic violence, right? If you do not comply with the expectations that we've provided you, which are colonially imposed, you're not going to progress through the academic system, which then has economic consequences involved. So the question then becomes, right, we know that decoloniality has the ability to provide a prescribed is a strong word, method for the content, but how should it be received, how should it be written? So the next one, assuming that the methods of assessment remain unchanged, what would a decolonial essay look like in an English studies curriculum where they can't necessarily deviate from the use of the English language? This is a question for the audience.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so with my cognitive thinking, I would like to consider maybe that a decolonial essay would be having some points to ponder on, like maybe, for instance, we remember Fees Must Fall. We had strategies they used to target, to raise their voice. For instance, the objects, statues and stuff, other than the predated books that could be considered for curriculum. So if it's not an abstract for 500 words, I think I can come up with something like that. Thank you very much.
So are you suggesting that the topic that they're writing about could be less obviously European? It could be a book.
Yeah, some targeted. Okay. Like.
This is the academic who I quoted in my presentation.
Thanks. So the first thing is you said, assuming we don't change the assessment tools, and that's something that we need to really think about, is whether we can keep the essay as a format for assessment without decolonizing our curriculum, if those two things are compatible. But something that I have argued for is that we should be including students' subjective voices a lot more in their writing, that students, while it's quite standard in English literary studies to, although the I convention is quite common in English literary studies, it's still, you reflecting on your personal experiences and how that relate to the text is not usually something that is thought of as the correct way of going about the essay, but that is something that's where students can bring their own life worlds and their own knowledge practices more into that essay.
While we're here, I thought I would just grab the mic. Okay, I'm going to counter you an essay topic. AI has killed the essay form. Discuss.
I'm sorry, I just want. Sorry. Just a thought. I was thinking, wouldn't the sort of decolonial aspect come into larger play in sort of terms of marking the essay itself? If you adopt like a decolonial framework in the assessment of the essay itself, even if it's not written in that format, would that change then the essay, the structure? I mean, the interpretation of it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
So, in light of what Professor Makalela was saying this morning about cultural ways of expressing yourself, expressing oneself, maybe we could consider decolonizing the essay by inviting students to express themselves in rhetorical structures that are appropriate for their own cultures, and then not turning around to those students and saying, where's your topic sentence? So that's one thing. Another thing is that, I mean, I hate with a passion when people write the researcher, the study, the paper, argues. No, that is an attempt to hide agency, and I insist on people using I.
Sorry, how much time do I have left?
I got lost there. You have 9 minutes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So there was an excellent suggestion by Professor Notsa, I'll come to you now, where she was essentially saying that the students should be allowed to incorporate their personal experiences in their analysis of their text. The idea that the AI has killed the essay is a contentious one, but for the scope of the topic that we have here today, I would say that academia is fighting back strongly enough to keep it away. Hence, in English studies, we're not allowed any subheadings. There's no bullet points. You know, the structuring of the formatting of the essay remains fairly stable. And in terms of the assessment criteria, I will get back to that on the next slide of the PowerPoint. But it is very important. Thank you, Gerard. Who's them?
Who's the panel?
Oh, I'm already there.
All right. I've kind of lost my train. So, if we look at decoloniality as a way for identities to define themselves against hegemony, then we also need to realize that any sort of marginal self, whether that be a queer self, whether that be an African self or a subaltern self in Western space, the existence of that self, the pride in that self, this is the premise of pride, is an attack on the hegemonic system. So if we want essays that are decolonial, we need essays that attack the system by having that sense of self, by saying, I am here, I am different, I am. I am, therefore I can fight. I am, therefore the things that oppress me should not be oppressing me. Actively saying, these things are damaging us. We know these things are damaging us. Let's rip them the fuck apart.
Sorry. In your commentary, you do actually mention the Cartesian sort of subjectivity where I is the center of the... I will come to you, Russell. I'm so sorry. Right here, this gentleman has been waiting.
I'll be quick. Sanibonani, the plurality in expression and the language of respect, for instance, in addressing adults. In an African culture, it's inappropriate to address an adult in a singular. When you talk to them, you would pluralize. So those should be allowed. For instance, if the structure doesn't change, but attempting to decolonize, we should consider those voices and ways of being and doing as well. Thank you.
I think also something that the academics who set assessments in the room could consider is making the students feel like comfortable expressing personal subjective experiences in their assessments.
I mean, I just want to suggest that, based on Erin's suggestion, take it a step further. You said, assuming assessment tools have to remain the same, but not assessment formats. So why not just burn it all down and go for total anarchy? Why not have expand the definition of essay to include comic book storyboards, Socratic dialogues, interpretive dance, impromptu theatre, tear down the system.
But the question then becomes is that many learned individuals in this room who do actually set the assessments have probably had the creativity to think of these ideas before. The question is, why has this not necessarily been engaged in their assessments? Would anyone like to? Thank you. Is there any lecturer here that has assigned a storyboard as an exam, perhaps, or considered doing it, or required a comic strip with illustrations?
So coming from UP, where the English department has around 1,600 to 1,800 first years, we don't have time. And also, like the very basic answer is capitalism. Because our institutions are run like businesses, and we need to send a set number of people through, and we need to be able to do that efficiently. And efficiency is, at the end of the day, the enemy of creativity.
Shame. I think every Unisa academic here heard 1,600 students and thought that was quite quaint. Where a single 6-month class. But the thing is, even though capitalism is an element and that there are external pressures on the university to have certain assessment types, the question then is an essay necessarily necessarily the best or most efficient format? My undergraduate degree was in psychology and English. The most efficient assessment format is not an essay, it's multiple choice. And they definitely knew that. And automatic marking, for example.
So essentially, this is the dilemma of the academic. And I'll just lay it out like it is. We hate marking. We hate students who use AI in essays, unless you're Professor Kreuzer. We absolutely hate it. And so we want to set a task where we can standardize criteria for passes, etc., and mark everything as fast as possible. But in light of AI has killed the essay format, it might be, we are slowly, of course it's Leviathan, we are slowly considering process writing, having students hand in notes, reflective diaries, etc., anecdotes, etc., before they get to the essay.
Yes, adding more subjective and representative work during the year, and then we end up with the essays and the exams. So, for example, I found out halfway through the year that my module in 3703 had 50% for the year and 50% for the exam, and that was helpful. So, who said that? But anyway, yeah, that's where you can explore, but during exams we're under pressure. Yeah. So, yes.
I just wanted to say that maybe, because there's a parallel train, thank you for the timer, there's a parallel train of discussion about AI, and I think perhaps beyond the institutional defense of plagiarism and not producing independent thinking or own work, it's also the fact that you're producing essays without subjectivity, right? Or, archaic, not archaic, fake subjectivity. So the question then is, we want essays that at least encourage the most authentic versions of the student.
I used a comic book for my education students.
Did you tell your colleagues to do the same?
Yeah, we did. And we also I made them do a cover of a book using AI, and then I made them look at the narrative elements that could be taken from a cover and how the students would perceive it. Thereafter, they had to do a lesson plan relating to that.
Okay. Well, I'm so glad Professor Kreuzer has outlined her credentials as a innovative teacher. But yes, the question is perhaps we should be looking at other assessment formats. But the last one is, how should a decolonized essay, if a student can do it, okay, and bring their own personal experiences into the analysis of the text, how should it be received? Should it be received in a context where the marker is attempting to apply some sort of standardized metric? Should it be done in a different way?
I would say that the most important thing is that you creating a dialogue with your student and not the actual final mark. So we, I think, need to do away with this criteria of benchmarking students against a curve and actually rather give them formative feedback so that they can keep working on their assignments and improve, instead of saying your subjective experience is worth 80% or 50% or, you know, so on. So.
Well, for the sake of time, thank you. I'm going to wrap this up very quickly. But essentially the idea was that the essay, just to summarize our discussion, the essay should incorporate more subjectivities that have been previously rendered into the subaltern environment, right? Students should be encouraged to do so, and they should not be afraid to question the system that is requiring them to produce assessments or writing in the way that it is. I will follow this up. There will be something later with a request for your email address if you're willing, so that we can follow this up with additional discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keegan. I think you really could have opened a hornet's nest there, and you still have space for questions. So, yes, could we open up for questions for the whole panel? Russell and Sydney and Keegan. Who have we got here first? I think I was looking this way. So
they were first.
Okay. All right. And I don't know if somebody's going to bring a microphone or...
Yeah, I can try to project.
Shall I... Let me bring this over.
I have a... Well, okay. Firstly, let me do the acceptable thing and say thank you, everyone. I thoroughly enjoyed all three papers. And not only is it just an acceptable thing, but it is true. So thank you very much. I have a question for Russell and a comment for Keegan. Russell, I was wondering if you could perhaps tell us a bit about how and if fan communities have in any kind of ways been using their own power to fight back against what they perceive as their favorite authors and texts being co-opted by the author figure, whether it's in a positive or negative way. Okay, and my comment to Keegan, please take it up with the powers that be that govern how we live our lives at Unisa and that pay our salaries. Because I'm in full agreement with you that I like my job and I would like to continue being able to do my job. So I think at the moment the best we're able to do is not burn it all down, unfortunately, but rather try and sneak in very sneaky ways like Alison has been doing.
They are required to go through an education system that still has prioritized Western sort of knowledge systems. They are required to incorporate a European language into the vernacular in order to operate in a lingua franca, like, for example, English, or in some parts of Africa, it's French, so on and so forth. So what a decolonized subject looks like is an open-ended question and hasn't necessarily, I would argue, hasn't been created yet, but there will be all sorts of arguments about that. So my answer is, what do you think? And then I just wanted to respond to the comment earlier. Yes, there are obviously lots of constraints on academics and how assessments are conducted, which is why the idea here was, what would a decolonized essay look like? Assuming that your management will not permit you to deviate from essays as a metric of assessment, and assuming that your management will also still require it to be conducted in English, right? if those two prerequisites are possibly unattainable goals in a decolonial objective, what then can we do to the essay? And that was the idea behind the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, our presenters. I think that was certainly opened up a lot of space for conversation for all of us. I think we probably will be talking about these things as we go, maybe all over this weekend as well. So, and it's also topics that have to do with things like right on the ground that concern us, about, you know, who has greater weight, the author or the text, memoir, personal, you know, finding voice, empathy, and then also I suppose there's a question of like, are we just wanting essays or do we still want to stick to the prose form, and how do we actually make that more relevant to now? So thank you, and thank you for everybody's questions. If you have any more, and I somehow forgot you because this blinding light was staring at me here, please go and hunt them down and ask them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you've all had enough to eat and that you're ready for the next session. So a slight change, we're having the ZAP team go first and Dr. Bettman go second. Okay. So for the ZAP team, their paper is Poetic Encounters with Human and Animal Rights, Teachers and School Learners at the ZAP Fest. The ZAP team here consists of Prof. Byrne, which I'm sure doesn't need any introduction, but let me go with it. Deirdre Byrne is the director of ZAP, the South African Poetry Project, a practicing poet and a professor of English Studies at the University of South Africa. She's one of the co-editors of the academic journal Scrutiny 2, Issues in English Studies in Southern Africa. Her main research interest is in women's poetry and speculative fiction. She has recently published Zen, Meaning and Craft in Jane Hirschfield's poetry, Heart Shoots, co-authored with Garth Mason. I'm not sure if he's here, but perhaps you've also met him here at the conference, and published by Routledge in 2025, so this year. We have Adam Levin. Adam is a postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of English at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. His research focuses on how the field of memory studies can be utilized in community engagement and education. His work has appeared in journal publications such as Holocaust Studies, a Journal of Culture and History, and Literature, Critique, and Empire Today. And he is co-editor of Poetry Non-Scenes, New Performance Poems Beyond the Struggle. I think he mentioned that it will be on sale somewhere here at the conference, so perhaps when he comes up he can just tell us a bit about where to get hold of the book. He is also senior member of the South African Poetry Project and currently serves on the executive board of the International Network of Genocide Scholars. Then we have Sharon Rose Chisango. Sharon Rose is a published author and poet of 2 books titled The Scent of Rain and Mornings and Misses. Her poems have also featured in New Coin Journal and the Poetry Non-Scenes anthology. Her poems explore themes of love, solitude, grief, and death, amongst other somber themes. So with that, I'd like to welcome the ZAP team up for their paper. Thank you.
Yes. So shout out to everybody, all the ZAP members in the audience. I see Professor Josephine Alexander, Professor Gerard Ginnis, Dr. Dewald Steyn, Dr. Antoinette Pretorius, Dr. Marianne Potter, somebody from linguistics, Jolene Raison, Zanya Liebenberg. Thank you for supporting. Thank you so much. So our paper is going to discuss what we did at the Joburg Holocaust and Genocide Center at the ZAP Fest. But first, this is what we're going to be doing. I'm so sorry about my on-screen keyboard, but please just ignore it. We'll introduce the ZAP Fest. We'll talk about the principles and practices behind the fest. We'll talk about human rights at the Joburg Holocaust and Genocide Center. We will discuss the poetry prompt that we used at the JHGC. We'll talk about using metaphor in poetry, and we will give you an opportunity to write your own poem. Okay, so
That was meant to be a surprise.
we're not going to give you an opportunity to write your own poem. Adam will spring it on you later. So what was that Fest 2025? It happened on the 15th of March this year, and I did not attend because I had measles, and I spent the whole day at home crying into a teacup, but they graciously allowed me to present all the same. It was a day of poetry workshops. We had 40 learners from 5 schools in Gauteng. It was held in a section of Johannesburg called Forest Town, where there is the Joburg Holocaust and Genocide Center, and literally straight across the road is the Inside Out Center for the Arts, which has been established and run by distinguished artist Roger Ballon. And the end of the ZAP Fest was a 2-hour poetry showcase that was open to the public, where learners who had written poems on the day were invited to perform those poems. But first of all, I'd like to actually go back to the principles and practices that underlie the fest and actually underlie what we do as ZAP. So the first one is multimodal theory, and the second one is, I think I may have gone too far. The second one is, yes, theoretical underpinnings. The first is multimodal theory. Okay, the first is multimodal theory, and the second is our choice to take poetry outside of the classroom. And both of these have been very consciously chosen. First of all, multimodal theory. We've been using an approach to poetry for years as a multimodal genre. 2 of the founders of multimodal theory, Günter Kress and Theo van Leeuwen, write that multimodality opposes monomodality, in which they say meaning is made once. So by inference, we can understand that in multimodality, meaning is made more than once. This is the conventional view of the dominance of the printed word, which is the main mode of meaning-making in Western culture. Kress and van Leeuwen go on to say that multimodality is the use of several semiotic modes in the design of a semiotic product or event, together with the particular way in which these modes are combined. Bearing this in mind, ZAP designs all our interactions with secondary school learners as multimodal events, combining the written with the oral, the gestural, and the performative. Our presentations here today are going to refer to a number of multimodal becomings, and the first of these is the tabua cloth. The tabua cloth is a quilted textile artwork incorporating words and lines of poetry and maps. It was created by secondary school learners at Ndofaya Lamula Jubilee High School in Soweto. The name tabua is a combination of the first syllables of the verb to speak. So in isiXhosa, the word to speak is teta. In Xitsonga, it's bula bula, and in Sepedi, it's bua. The cloth was created as a gift to a teacher who had led a dynamic intervention in the teaching of poetry at the school. And another example of multimodal becomings is the 2025 ZAP Fest Poetry Showcase, in which the learners who had written poetry were invited to perform their poems. So these are the 2 multimodal becomings that we're going to be referring to. Secondly, I'd like to explain the importance of situating our poetry interventions outside the classroom. This is the boring education analysis. The South African basic education system rates schools according to the number of learners who pass the school leaving examination known as matric, the National Senior Certificate, and the marks that they achieve in the examination. So schools have a target that they have to reach If they do not reach that target, they become labeled as an underperforming school. Then they will be subject to micromanagement in the form of supervision by district and Gauteng education officials until they reach the required target. All teaching and learning of poetry and all other subjects in the schools is then conducted in the light of the need to achieve high pass marks in the matric examination. Learners' responses to poetry in this context are severely constrained, and they are literally taught to produce the correct answer to certain types of questions, and they are drilled and drilled and drilled until they do produce those answers. Individual interpretation is discouraged in favor of learners reproducing predetermined answers. By contrast, we prefer to engage outside of these types of rigid answers to new criticism-inflected questions. We're not interested in grading or in marks or in pass rates. We're much more concerned with what learners communicate in their poetry and how the experience of writing poetry affects them emotionally and personally. For this reason, we often prefer to locate our poetry activities outside of formal classrooms. This offers a freer space where learners can shed the need to produce correct answers and can express themselves more freely. Our research collaboration with Non-Scenes, just wave that book at him, a non-profit educational company, has proved the benefits of this approach. And about Non-Scenes, I will refer you to Adam. So we use extracurricular spaces such as poetry clubs, coffee shops, and out-of-classroom venues such as the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Centre and the Inside Out Centre for the Arts. This also allows learners to engage with peers from other schools and possibly from different communities and cultures. Over to Adam.
Oh, sorry. Righto. Is it there? Yes, yes. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to start my timer now as well, if I can get there. So, as Deirdre was speaking, yes, Non-Scenes, which I have spoken about already. Sorry, I'm just getting my stopwatch. Okay. Okay, so I'll get to Non-Scenes now, but let me just to set the context for Zapfest and what we did. I just want to first begin by introducing the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Centre itself. So the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Centre was established in 2019, and it's one of 3 Holocaust centres in South Africa, the other ones being in Cape Town and Durban. But what distinguishes it is it takes the Holocaust and it puts it into the broader context of human rights, specifically on the African continent. So here you see the beautiful outside of the building. So when you enter the building, the permanent exhibition begins by focusing on giving us a bit of context more generally. We have, for instance, introduction to the Herero-Nama War, the Armenian genocide, to kind of set the context when we think about this idea of genocide, showing us how many times it's occurred despite this question of never again, despite the fact that we say never again, how many times it occurs over and over again. But just to preface this, and I think what makes it really special before I show you the other parts of the exhibit, is the fact that it focuses, interweaves and creates its narrative through a focus on personal stories, number one. The entire exhibition is an imprint of personal stories, of victims, of survivors, of rescuers, of perpetrators. And the fact that it interweaves it with poetry, art, and music. And this is why it was such a perfect venue for us to do these workshops. This is just the first section, which focuses on the Holocaust. Okay, so you go through the first section, focusing on life before the Holocaust, the Jewish life before the Holocaust. Then it takes us into the Holocaust itself, and then the rights of the nations. And then when you turn around, it revolves to the next portion, which is focused on the genocide in Rwanda. So the one section, the Holocaust, the other side in Rwanda. But they're brought into conversation with one another. And I think this for me is particularly powerful because here on one side you have Irene class, and this is just as you get to the end of this Holocaust section of the exhibition, because what it does when you get to the end is that you have this actual image of South Africa, post-apartheid South Africa as we reach post-apartheid South Africa in 1994. And our reason is, it suggests that as we were celebrating our new democracy, 3 hours away, a genocide was happening in Rwanda and no one was reporting about it. But so when you get there, before you get to that Rwanda section, we have Irene class saying, I thought that when the world learned that what had happened to us, it could never happen again, but it did. And then Sylvester, a survivor of the genocide in Rwanda, saying, and a genocide happened yet again to us here in Rwanda in full view of the world. Now, as I said to you, what was so special was the way in which the exhibition uses art, music, and poetry. And this is just one way in which it does it. Here's a memorial to the children of Theresienstadt ghetto. And what we have here, through art and through poetry, is children documenting their experiences. First before Theresienstadt, then a deportation into the ghetto, their experiences in the ghetto, and ultimately their experiences in the camps. And we have both art and poetry speaking to those experiences. Now, when the exhibition ends, and this is where we essentially took our inspiration for the workshop, it ends with a section on the xenophobia attacks in South Africa in 2008 as a way of grounding it, not just more generally in the African continent, but in South Africa itself. So we have some of the famous images from the xenophobic attacks. And so what we do, and what we've always done with our workshops, is we use a poem related to the theme to ground our general discussion of the issues, and then the learners writing the poetry. So the poem we used was Night of the Xenophobes by Frank Menkes. I'm not going to read it for the purposes of time, and there's a really important reason why I'm not going to read it, because we have a clip of what the learners have produced themselves, which I think is absolutely of the same quality. But just to give you a sense, I'll just read a little bit. They are out tonight, what pains conceals their oh-so-normal faces. The wild chanting hides well their normalness and labeliness. They run, break down doors, they hurtle, and their shadows follow, spastically, this rabid style, in sharp contrast with their churchliness. But now that Sunday's best forgotten, as the flames flicker across and across their all-too-urgent faces. So it goes on here, but that should just give you a bit of context. So what we do, we read the poem with them, and this is actually a poem which is featured in the ZAP anthology. We've conceived our own anthology with contemporary South African poems, but with questions which allow the poem to have a broader reach. So not just within the English classroom, but outside as well. So to subjects life orientation, geography, biology. And for this particular poem, what we tried to do is give questions that are grounded in literary analysis, but also thinking more towards broader concerns within South African society. So we asked the learners to think about questions such as, what is a xenophobe? What is xenophobia? And what situations or conditions cause xenophobic attacks? And of course, we then go through some contextual questions. What does practicing your accent mean? What does neighborliness mean? But then we ask the broader questions, like what are the dangerous consequences of xenophobia? And ask them to also draw on what they've seen in the exhibition. So it's very important that we connect the exhibition to what's happening to our actual workshops. And also, and this inspires the poem that I will share with you, what can we do to minimize xenophobia? And is it possible to even minimize xenophobia, which is a question I put to them. Now from there, we give them poem writing prompt questions following those questions. So we ask them either to relate an experience of xenophobia or the consequences of xenophobia for a nation, think about what we can do to minimize xenophobia, also how we can relate xenophobia to other historical atrocities such as the Holocaust and the genocide in Rwanda, or thinking more broadly now. And just to say, even though this is a very distinct workshop, these are very similar prompts to what we gave them when they produced some of the poems which were produced as part of the Poetry Non-Scenes collection, which was widely expired. We actually launched Non-Scenes at the Holocaust and Genocide Center. And a lot of the poetry you see in this collection is inspired by going through a poem about xenophobia and getting the learners to think through, and also the Non-Scenes was also open to participants outside schools as well. So getting our participants to think through the kind of issues which are raised through poetry, through the exhibition, about xenophobia, about genocide, about crimes against humanity. Now, just as an example of some of what the learners have produced, I'm going to share with you something really special. And just forthcoming attraction is Jolene and I writing a paper on these two young poets. We were so impressed with them that we keep sharing their work as often as possible because they're really powerful. So this is Footprints of Crime by Puno Elaine Matlala and Angelina Riaz. Now these are two learners from Leap Secondary School of Science and Math, which is based in Soweto. And this is a poem that was inspired by our discussions around xenophobia and the poem and the prompts that we gave them. I'll put it to the thing, okay? Oh, it is, I think. Maybe the laptop sound on. Should I stop it? I'm not sure. Do you want to just check? I've paused it. Oh, the sound is off. Okay, yeah, got you.
Okay, let's do this. Internet as well.
Okay. Hope you'll still be time to see the little introduction. Okay. See? And just to preface, what you're seeing now is a recording they did. We took them to a coffee shop to kind of perform a showcase. And this is they performed this at the Holocaust and Genocide Center and actually performed it as part of our book launch for Non-Scenes. But they also performed it, we also recorded it at the coffee shop as part of like a mini showcase. And this coffee shop is a coffee shop in Norwood.
Hello,
there we
everybody.
go.
My name is Angelina Riaz, and this is...
Just a second. Accept, yeah. How do I put it back on slides? How do I do that? Oh yeah, I could recite the poem, except it wouldn't have the same impact. Dear Drake, can you just come give your password? Yeah, I come and look. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. Oh, there we go. Is that present to you? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. No, it starts. It's no sound at the beginning. Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Angelina Riaz, and this is Elaine. And today we'll be performing a poem called "The Footprints of Crime." This poem was made on a day that we went to a museum on the Holocaust and the genocide. And we were just given the opportunity during that tour to just really feel everything that we saw and write a poem about it. And so we decided that we're gonna write a poem that doesn't only show the pattern, but it raises it. Sophie Skoll, Hans, Gertrude Benhofer, Pastor Niermale, Solomon Mahlungu, Steve Biko, David Webster, Tutsi, protesters, fighters. Those people could have easily been one of you. People who had their heads chopped off because of the way their mouths moved. People who were forced to do things that nobody should be forced to do. September 1st, 1939. Germany became a dictatorship and we thought everything was fine. No one could see beyond the line. Jews were locked up for an unseen crime. Endless prayers as they served their time. I pray a prayer that a prayer gets heard today. There's 100,000 dead people. I pray a prayer that a prayer gets heard. Bodies on top of bodies, no space can turn. I pray a prayer that a prayer gets seen today. There are people who are hungry and sick, eating the hungry and sick. There are people covered in limbs, covering their limbs, taking cover. As this where hell begins, God forgive us for the sins. I hear the screams, they echo through my body and they pierce me like pins. And I feel the pierce. My mother got shot today, ripped off my ears. My dead brother's body still shakes. One day he'll wake. Dear God, I pray that you kill a God today. Dear God, won't you answer a prayer today? Today, I wake up to this endless nightmare and I pray. Today is like yesterday, except there's more decay. Our bodies grow weak. Our mothers can't speak. We won't last another week. Has anybody lasted a week? Bodies, is the blood dirty or is our blood dirty? Are we unworthy? Forced from this earth to leave because of our belief? Claim that we contaminated the air that you breathe? Regardless of our sex, people naked in chambers, mothers with babies on their chest. They said they knew what was best and told us to take a deep breath, inhale, exhale. May 26, 1948. Blacks, you're little and whites, you're big. That's not up for debate. You take what's on your plate, and I'm serving hate. Hate your families, hate your countries, hate your skin. Hate the way that you are, the way you are, and hate's the only thing you'll ever bring. Students splat, mothers splat. I want every part of you flat. Spat the families, spat the countries. Do you hear me? I don't care if you disagree. This is the way that it's meant to be. We just learned about the importance of communication between different people with the same heart. Then all of a sudden there's racial discrimination, and not just that, they try to keep us apart by implementing segregation. We were born here, but how come it feels like this ain't our nation? As if this is a toxic relation, and we fought for many years. Our country gained recognition. It became a democratic nation because those who died during apartheid were the foundation. I swear I didn't want any of this to happen again, but you attract what you fear. 7th of April, 1994. It's the 19th century. The Hutu is a superior race, we show no mercy. The Tutsi better pick up the pace. If you understand the race, you better tie your laces before we make you vanish without a trace. To marry a Tutsi is now a crime, but being born one is a greater crime. Now we don't kill based on skin color, we're killing one another. Doesn't matter if you're a fellow African brother, because we've become infected with a hint of hate, and I hope it's not too late for us to go back to the old days, the old ways, where you didn't have to mention or even say, what was it like during the genocide in Rwanda that day? Or maybe talk about how apartheid began on the 26th of May, and how innocent people were killed for being Jewish, black, Slavs, gay. All of them didn't have a say. When the Nazis came for the Jews, I didn't speak up because I'm not Jewish. When the white government came for the blacks, I didn't speak up because I'm not black. When the Hutu came for the Tutsi, we didn't speak up because we're not Tutsi. And by the time someone comes for us in this day and age, who's going to be left to speak up?
That was worth the wait, eh? Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to hand over to Sharon Rose, because our workshop took place in 2 parts. The first part was getting them to explore the theme of xenophobia, and then Sharon Rose and Jolene did a workshop focused specifically on metaphors. So I'm going to hand over to Sharon Rose, who of course is also published Nonsense.
No, it's fine. I can.
Let's get you back to the slides. It did right. I think it did right there. Yeah, it's now. I think we just have to get out of slideshow mode. Yeah. And I wish if I understood it, I would.
No, all you have to do is say it.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
go like that.
Okay. Or is it a bit delayed? Okay, so we'll come up.
Okay. Hello. My name is Sharon Rose, and I was part of the presenters at the workshops we did for the Zapfest at the JHGC. And amongst the topics we presented on metaphors, and I'll be presenting on the outcomes of the workshop under the theme Updating the Young Poets Toolbox. So some of the things that I'm going to talk about include addressing questions such as why do we write poetry, what is the role of the senses in writing, and what is the mapping technique. So, whether poetry is a form of expression or a hobby, and the varying degree to which students may find the form to be a reflection of either the self or something more detached and inconsequential, places that are rich in history and culture often provide room to explore emotions, engage in conversation, and encourage collaboration. We deemed metaphors particularly appropriate given the context and location of the sessions to encourage students to draw inspiration from not only the visual and auditory cues, but also from deeper interactions with real stories. As metaphors require a deliberate choice of words and ideas, students could ponder meaning and pay closer attention to how they conveyed this meaning. It was important to provide a recipe so that the students could engage more closely with the device and gain the confidence to use it. And so we presented on the cognitive linguistic method of mapping metaphors. This technique comprises two entities: the source domain and the target domain. The source domain is the thing used to describe another thing. This is one we can usually experience through the senses, whilst the target domain is the more abstract thing we are describing. For the method, when we introduced it, we used the metaphor love is a journey. With journey as the source and love as the target, we explored with the learners what this might mean when we map one to the other. So, for example, attributes such as travelers being akin to lovers, and long journeys, much like healthy relationships requiring time and patience, were explored. As the source and target are not identical, certain events on a journey did not translate as easily for the students to experiences in love. Such examples included packing snacks for the journey. The action may seem irrelevant, but further inspection reveals packing snacks as an act of self-care, which is just as important as romantic love, and a healthy dynamic includes both. The lesson is that anything can be a metaphor. And if metaphors are a single stroke of color, then extended metaphors are the drawing. With this line of thought, we went on to analyze William Blake's The Tiger. This is an extract of the poem because the entire poem would not fit on the slide. But apart from the plethora of metaphors in the poem also displays the use of other literary devices, such as rhyme, in chain, brain, grasp, and clasp, or repetition in the what that you can sort of see throughout this stanza. This was particularly important for us to showcase to the students that metaphors are a tool, one of many, and often multiple tools are needed to convey a particular message. And so it is not simply about deciding to use metaphors alone, but realizing when it is appropriate to use them. Often, good poems are a synergy between poetic devices with an underlying theme or inspiration. And so the question, why the metaphor? The use of words and objects familiar to the students made the poems understandable and accessible. Common words such as hammer, chain, and grasp could convey the poet's message clearly, whilst newer phrases, although not included in the slide, like watered heaven with their tears, created room for discussion. This can be extended to objects and beliefs in a culture, religion, or race. Poetry should not only be about the familiar, but must also discuss the foreign and unknown. History has shown the importance of discourse to understand not only the what, but the why in both the present and the past. With this, we went on to juxtapose the conflict in creation's good versus evil argument in The Tiger with an analysis of the Museum of Doubt. This is an extract of the poem. It's an original poem by me. So in this one, as an example of another extended metaphor, the poem explores a museum that once housed the poet's works. So the extract reads, the manager says that my poems had begun to change the museum, says the poison in the building and it too had begun to look like a remnant of my anxiety. He says he packed them in the prettiest box he could find. With the poem, we explored with the students the protagonist's internal conflict and the portrayal of what is felt in contrast to what is seen. The poem was chosen to encourage the students to think about the JHGC and what the stories captured mean and represent about a time in history and to the individual. If anything can be a metaphor, then even museums and centers open to the public can represent the human condition on a more personal level. The students also picked up on the deliberate choices of phrases related to the poet's works as artifacts and relics. In conclusion, it is important that young poets are equipped and confident enough to write, as well as interact with the present and the past, and engage in discourse outside of the classroom. This is because art does not exist in an isolated vault somewhere, but is an interpretation of what it is to live and feel and share. And creating a community where this is encouraged is essential for students, particularly young poets. Thank you. Should I? Yes.
I mean, I can do it. But if you want to.
Okay, so instead of the question and answer, we're going to shorten the question and answer session, and then we're going to give over to Prof. Byrne again for a short surprise, which he didn't announce earlier.
Okay, so poets, aspiring poets and others. We have 10 minutes for question and answers. That means you have 7 minutes to write a poem using the metaphor, life is struggle. Counting down, life is struggle. Life.
Life is struggle.
Life is struggle. Life.
Life is struggle.
Life. Life is struggle. No, not love is struggle, we know that. Life is struggle.
And you can think towards the prompts that we showed on the slides as well, that we talked about in relation to xenophobia and the issues of metaphor.
Or whatever you like, how to use that metaphor.
We should probably do it too, so we practice.
Yes, we should do it too.
Yeah.
At the end of that, we'll give 3 minutes in which people can share their poems. So ready, steady, write. Finish your line, put your pen down, raise your hand and volunteer to read your poem.
Yay!
Gerard, you need a microphone. Will somebody go give him a microphone? Okay, here you go.
Thank you. Life is a struggle, like a stream, up or down, unknown, sometimes awash with debris. Okay.
This is how we clap in the poetic community.
Oh, okay.
This is how we clap.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Life is a struggle, 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 toil and trouble. Stir the cauldron, burst the bubble. Drink the potion, turn to poison.
Yes. Josephine.
Okay, life is struggle from dusk to dawn. When you are burdened with relentless tasks, unfinished paper, and lack of sleep. Life is struggle when work is life and life is jostling from pillar to post. Life is struggle in places of the world ravaged by hunger, poverty, and war. Life is struggle and until we breathe our last. Life is struggle.
This is somebody who says she can't write poetry. Who's next?
It's like all the Zap people going in a row, and Gerard. Okay, so life is a struggle, less for me, more for some. The impotence of words and words and words, creating the divide, not crossing it. Life is a struggle, less for me, and poetry is a balm. More for some, and poems come armed.
Okay, Mabel wanted to. Mabel, you've got a microphone.
Hello. Life is a struggle. Coming into being must have been a struggle, hey? How about having to swim amongst the millions, all heading to the same egg? But you are here now. You made it here. Isn't that beautiful? There's beauty even in the struggle. So when they say life is a struggle, show them what beauty can be born out of a struggle. The struggle need not be meaningless. In fact, all struggles are meaningful, if only we can find them. Life, then, being a struggle, must be meaningful too. But remember, there's beauty even in the struggle. Life is a struggle. Life is beautiful. There's beauty even in the struggle. Life, beauty, struggle, meaning. Life is a beautiful, meaningful struggle. Thank you.
Why don't you just pass the microphone back, Mabel?
Life is hard, full stop. No exclamations, only an enjambment of justifications, the kind you whisper to yourself in a room without windows. You carry it on your shoulders like curved commas in an unfinished sentence. They say, the brave live, but I've seen the dead having rested forever.
We have time for one more poem.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, we have time for two more poems. Let the lady on the left, she needs to go.
Okay, thank you.
Life is struggle, my life. A dandelion blown hither and thither, a rose bush with one rose and many many thorns. Is that me? Sorry. I'm so sorry. May I start afresh? Life is struggle, my life. A dandelion blown hither and thither, a rose bush with one rose and many thorns. Tormented and tearful, I persevere. In this desert, there must be an oasis. Sis doch, this too shall pass.
Okay, so Zanya has just gone to go and see whether we need to evacuate the building. We have time for another poem.
Life is a struggle. Expectations strive from birth, struggle to stand, shaped, scarred. But the optimist in me says, rise, stand, face the struggle. Maybe the end of the tunnel is near. Light, struggle.
Thank you, Sane. Right? Do you have a poem? No, okay. Devalt has a poem. Zanya, do we need to evacuate? Okay, don't worry.
So do we have time for one poem from Devalt?
We have time for one more poem, yeah, because Zanya's, let's come to the podium. So while Zanya's coming to the podium, Devalt.
I'll make it quick. The struggle, I've heard, is over. They've shouted from the rooftops, Mandela is free at last. But that was 40 years ago, and the struggle is really never over. Look at ice on the streets of Chicago. Look at Russian soldiers in the Donetsk. Look at gang violence in Khayelitsha. And look in the eyes of the children of Gaza. Life, my friend, is struggle.
Okay. That was our question session. Handing back to the chair.
May I read mine? Thank you so much for that very insightful session. I do think that many of you might have questions. So afterwards, I'm sure the ZAP team would be willing to engage and would really appreciate it if you engage with them on what they've discussed today. Just give me a moment. Oh, I have my notes here. Okay, so next up we have Dr. Marietta Bateman speaking about Wonder Why, exploring social situations with adolescents during creative art classes. So I think most of you saw the performance yesterday and again during lunch today. And this is some of the work with which Dr. Bateman has been involved. She says she has a passion for working with young people and helping them explore and learn behavior dynamics through creative arts, improvisation, and performance. She's a lecturer at Unisa, a senior lecturer, teaching the education students in the FET phase and PGCE, so those studying education after a degree. So welcome to the stage, Dr. Bateman.
Thank you very much. Welcome to my presentation on Lungi and my work this year in the Winterveld at the Bokamoso Center. Sorry. Lungi is sitting there in the back. She was my collaborator, and we would travel through every morning and spend the day with this group of youth to create dramatic performance. So this project is part of our community engaged scholarship work, and it kind of made me often think of, I wonder why life works the way it does. Do you ever wonder those things? Because I often do, and I don't always find the answers. So that's where my first slide was inspired by. So engaged scholarship, this presentation is about the 5 days of drama engagement, which we did to build up the life skills of the youth living around the Bokamoso Center in the Winterveld. So the wondering led me to read quite a bit on the topic of wonder as a means of engaging learners in education. And I was often wondering, how do they do it? How do they see it? And I came to the understanding that the concept of wonder is rooted in the attempt of all humans to understand how the world in its infinite diversity works. And so by activating wonder or curiosity, we enable meaningful learning and change in people. And the game and the theatrical space allows for such explorative experiential learning. So there are differences between the words wonder, curiosity, and mirativity, which was a word I had never even heard about, but Professor Byrne introduced to me. And then I went and looked it up and got a better sense of what the word means. So to make it easier, if you were to see a double rainbow, you might feel wonder at its beauty, and you might feel curiosity about how it's formed, or you might express mirativity by exclaiming, "Whoa, a double rainbow!" So that kind of indicates the the differences between those words. And so the work we're doing in the Winterveld is based on a participatory action research methodology. And the current research we're doing was with the 60 youth that are enrolled at the Bokamosa Life Center. And we did devising workshops with them, which led to 2 plays in which you saw performed, or the second play was actually inspired by work that Lungi did with her group of students who wanted to explore toxic masculinity. And then after their experience at the center, they created actually a new play, which you got to see today. The Bokamosa team, you can see here in the center, in their big hall. On the left, you see my collaborator, Lungi. And on the right, you see Tsepo, who was our center coordinator, who worked closely with us during those days. He took the photograph. That's why I had to put him as an insert. He wasn't in the group photograph. But we're very grateful to all the work he did. And the bridging that he did, especially for me, because I only speak English, Afrikaans, and Dutch, and a smattering of words in the African languages. So when they spoke to each other, I couldn't necessarily follow what they were talking about. And Sepo would bridge for me and help me follow along, and so that we could work together and create these plays. From a drama perspective, the work we did is rooted in the work of Albert Bandura, who did research and proved that people learn how to behave, and they can change their behavior through watching other people. So in the dramatic space, we do that a lot. We look at things, and so it's a medium in which we can engage with an audience to influence them and to reach them, touch their emotions, and in very strong ways are able to influence them through a message that we bring through the dramatic act that you perform for them. So to do the work with the youth, I used 2 training manuals, one by Roald Dahl. Sorry, Roald. Sorry. What am I saying? Michael Rowan, which is this book, which gave me a red thread that was very useful, and I also used during my PhD research when I worked with children in a primary school. We had to adapt because this is written with a teenage audience in mind, and in that case I had to simplify and find games which would be suitable for the age group that we worked with. And the other tool that we used was a theatre-based techniques for youth peer education, a training manual. So there are many such tools on the internet that you can use and be inspired by. And I kind of created a mix of what I'd learned from the one and from the other. And I also used games that came from the book of Augusto Boal. Augusto Boal was a theatre maker born in Brazil. He had always loved the dramatic space and studied to become a dramatist and theatre producer, made wonderful plays in Brazil in the time of Pinochet. And unfortunately, because the work he was doing was a threat, he was first captured, spent time in jail, and was, fortunately for him, released and had to go into exile. Lived in Argentina for 5 years, and during that period he got involved with Paulo Freire, and they worked in a language center where they were teaching Spanish to Peruvian people. And Paulo Freire's book is called The Education of the Oppressed, and Boal mimicked his title and called his book The Theatre of the Oppressed, in which he describes many of the techniques that he would use when he worked with actors in the theatrical space, and where they try to engage the audience of the people in the street by going into unexpected situations and creating dramatic situations which were so lifelike that people weren't really aware that they were actually part of a play. Boal did wonderful work, and I've read extensively on him. He passed away in 2009. He was used a lot by radical left popular education movements, and he developed forum theatre as a means of including the audience in the theatrical exploration, coining terms such as a spectator and the joker. The spectator would be the person who gets an idea for change and is then invited to this theatrical space or the stage, and the play would then be replayed, and the new actor steps into a role, takes over and changes behavior to see if he can break the oppression or the power of some over others, and in that way demonstrate that you can break free, you can actually change situations if you do it in the right way and if you test the boundaries of the forces that are in play. And the joker was the name that he coined for the person who mediates between the audience and those on stage, challenging the audience to think about what is the problem you saw performed, what can we as an audience suggest to change the dynamics so that a different outcome becomes possible. And he did this extensively across the world, working with communities, creating plays, then performing the smaller group for the larger group, and then discussing by means of the dramatic story how the oppression could be broken, or the power of some over others can be changed. So I've often been thinking, how does performance support life skills acquisition, and what is the effect of different games and activities, and why is performance useful, and which is what then drives you to read on different topics. So I believe that to do this successfully, you cannot go into a space, you have to be really powerful theatre people to do this type of theatre cold. So you make your play somewhere else, you go into the space, perform, and then expect people to engage and try and change it. But when it comes out of their own reality, and it's something that they... So drama in education is based on the work of Albert Bandura. He proved that people learn how to behave and change their behavior through watching other people. So theatre-based techniques for the youth, peer education, a training manual, and games for actors and non-actors by Augusta Boal were used by me to create these workshops that we did with the youth, and it flows from the type of research and proving how when we show people how we do something, they can learn from that, and drama engages in that space. So we were looking at how does performance support life skills acquisition, and what is the effect of the different games and activities, and why is the performance useful. The games make the youth aware that they can communicate through their bodies. It makes them comfortable with improvisation, and it shows them that they can do a performance without a script. The script can be written later. These activities are helpful in developing positive assertiveness, interpersonal communication, coping with extreme competitiveness and acceptance of others. Compassionate behavior is demonstrated, and the diffusion of anxiety and anger responses also happens. So in the first phase of our Engaged Scholarship Program, which happened in June 2025, we devised and made a play, which on the last day, the fifth day, would be explored during a forum theatre engagement. Just want to catch up my slides, or my script here. On day one, we start with the basics. The group is all given a consent form in which they give us permission to work with them, and we ask them to complete a questionnaire so that we could gauge how their current exposure to drama looks. How much have they been exposed? What do they know about the topic? What are they able to tell us about their experiences of drama? Then we started playing the dramatic games to explore the dramatic space. Games that we played with them were Circle Dash, Tilt and Balance, Minefield, and the Glass Cobra and Machine of Rhythms. We didn't play them all on the same day. We started with a few on day 1, and then at the start of day 2 we would do another 2, and each day we would start with such games. Now, just to give you an idea of how these games work, I'd like to invite some members from the audience to come and be a volunteer and take part in some of these games. So I invite you all. Let me show you how it happens. We form a big circle with one person in the middle. These are silent games. You then look across the circle and find a person standing opposite you. You establish eye contact. You switch places with the person you have eye contact with. And the person who's standing in the middle of the circle is challenged to try and find the open space in the circle before the person from the other side has managed to cross the circle and fill the space of their pair, the person that they are doing the exchange with. So the person in the middle tries to make a disruption, and the two that are swapping places make the switch before this person in the middle can take their spot. It's lots of fun, and the youth really enjoy it. The next game that we do with them, or that I would like to tell you about, is called the Machine of Rhythms. In this game, you form a group of 5 or 6 persons. The first person is asked to make a repetitive movement and make a sound, as if they are part of a machine. The second person then adds a movement to the machine, and both people keep the motion going. And so they keep adding a movement into a dynamic interaction in the little group of 5 people. And this continues till all the people in the group have joined the machine. So now, to show you how this happened in the Winterveld, I just wanted to show you a little video. Here you can see them exploring this topic with each other. Some groups were a little bit more creative than others. There's one of them, you can see they're exploring the thought of a washing machine. And so some people stay very much in the upper body, others start moving more with their bodies, and in that way they start to explore how they physically can interact as being something different to what they would normally be, because they're now a part of a machine and they have to keep these rhythmic movements going and create a sound. And so it challenges them, and this game is always very much enjoyed by the groups that play them. On day 2, we start creating the material out of the improvisation. We ask them to show us situations that make them feel powerless. And then as we go along during the course of the day, the group chooses a topic in which they want to continue working. And then the group got split into 2. I worked with one of the groups, and my colleague Lungi Pagati took the other group. During these sessions, you slowly build up a storyline, you explore the storyline, the different characters think about backstories to motivate what their character's doing in the little play, and we even do an interview where the person stays in character and the rest of the group ask all kinds of questions, and the person has to try and answer as if they were that character in reality. We also, on day 3, told the group that they would be invited to this conference and that they would be given an opportunity to present their plays, which of course motivated them. And what I observed, as well as far as their language development was concerned, I could see that the actors sometimes struggled to find the right English words. And so their friends and the coordinators would help them to find English phrases and words after they discussed in their vernacular or their own language what it was that they wanted to say. And in this way they slowly learn new vocabulary and different expressions for saying a thought that they want to communicate by means of their character within the dynamics of the little play. They were encouraged after this day to write down their lines and that they have been developing out of the improvisation, and with which they convey the meaning and the purpose of their role. And by capturing the script through writing, they support this English language learning that happens in a very playful and joyous way as they were creating a little play scene. On day 4, we did activities such as values clarification, sculpting with clay, and expressing emotions. And the aim here is also for them to become aware that within them as a smaller group, there are very many different values existing. And by doing this activity where you make them agree or disagree or say that they don't quite know, they learn to think about how they feel about different things, and they become aware that their friends don't necessarily think the same as they do, and they are given an opportunity to argue and discuss with each other about this topic that we gave them. So we, for instance, asked them how do they feel about having a beautiful clean yard, but taking the rubbish that gets gathered in every family and every living environment and just dumping that on the street corner, where the environment then slowly becomes more and more messed up because the wind will take things and cart them around. And instead of thinking about the rubbish as being theirs and their responsibility to clean it up, some of the learners or young people would say they agree that the rubbish can be dumped on the street corner because it might create a job for somebody who then needs to come and collect it and process it, and others feel that that collecting is not going to happen. They need to take responsibility for their own mess, and it must be burnt and dealt with within that family unit on the property, and in that way take responsibility. And then there would be a little group in the middle who don't quite know how they feel about it and listen to the arguments of both sides. And then people are always given the opportunity to switch sides if they want to, or if they hear a compelling argument, then they can go and join the other group who are stating that argument. So it's a kind of debating, but in a very playful way. We also did sculpting with clay to help them become aware of their entire body and their expressiveness. I want to just show you what that looked like. So you see different bodies being sculpted. So there were little groups of 3 or 4, and one person would then be the sculpting clay, and the others would then shape the person even up to the faces that they would draw or create. So maybe a sad face or a very happy face or puzzled one. And after this activity of sculpting with clay, where they become aware of their physical expressiveness on stage, they were also given a challenge to, in pairs, try and express emotions. And Mrs. Bagati walked around the circle and gave each pair of 2 people a different emotion that they had to try and show us. And you can see here a whole variety of different expressions of those emotions. So on day 5, which was the last day of the week that we had with them, the 2 groups present their plays to each other. The leaders demonstrate the joker role, because the point is that by playing forum theatre with the youth, or doing the forum theatre with an audience, the youth can respond afterwards. So they have a bridging person who acts as the master of ceremonies, who engages with the audience and starts asking difficult questions, or Socratic questions. And then the audience gets challenged to try and help the protagonist in the play. First, the master of ceremonies, or the joker, would ask the audience, what did you see happening in the play? And then once that's been identified clearly, he then challenges, or she challenges, the group to come up with a solution that leads to a different outcome, to help the protagonist escape from the situation of helplessness or powerlessness that the person finds themselves in. So in the first play, I watched Mr. Tsibi do the jokering. I had spoken to him earlier in the week to explain to him how it works, And he said he was ready to try, and he then joked for the play which I created with the youth in my group. And then afterwards the group that was watching was challenged to try and solve or make a change come about in the play that they had just watched, which might lead to a different outcome. So they all had a demonstration of what jokering looks like and what one does. And then in the engagement afterwards, when you then hear an idea coming from the audience that you think, that might work, that person is invited to stage. They become a spect-actor, so a spectator becomes an actor. The little scene gets replayed, and the spect-actor steps into the play at a moment where they feel they can bring about change. So they call stop, and the actor that they're replacing steps out. They step in as if they are that actor, and they continue. So the opposing forces try and keep the dynamics going as it was in the play, and the new person who steps in tries to change the dynamics to come to a different outcome. So in the little play about suicide, somebody suggested that the friend who leaves the school with the main character could protect her friend better from the evil uncle. And so the person was invited onto stage and very ably showed that this is possible. You can protect your friend and make sure that the friend doesn't land up in the trouble that led to the outcome of the play. And then after that, the other group presented their play, and I then did the jokering for that group because it was a play that I didn't know. It's better when you could do the engagement with the other group so that you don't only present the ideas of the actors that you are associated with. So the joker plays this intermediate role. In the second play, which was about toxic masculinity, somebody suggested that at a scene where the gentleman and his wife that are driving their car to have it sold and make some money, and they're asking for directions to get to the venue where they agreed to meet and where they would then receive the money for the car. That person would give them wrong directions, realizing that they're going to a bad place, and steal their cell phone so that they couldn't phone them again, and had no option but to drive the directions that they are given, and the directions then take them out of that area and away from the danger, which eventually in the initial play leads to them being killed for that car. So they also avoid the protagonist of landing in a dangerous situation. So this is the dream, that we make plays with young people who teach them how they can act, how they can create scenes, that they can discuss problems that they experience in their communities by means of theatre, and that they can then engage with the audience and try and bring the audience to see that change needs to happen, and come and try and think about what type of things they could do to bring about that change. And in that way you develop change agents to improve the communities and increase their employability. You're improving their English language ability through developing drama scripts and creative writing. And we now wonder what ideas you might have to help us make a difference for the youth who live in the Winterveld. Thank you for attending my presentation and for suggesting and sharing ideas.
Not just about the violation of Lerato, but it starts right at the beginning from the absent father, hence the stepfather and so forth. And all those are social issues that they face on the daily, and they need the community to engage on and come up with ways of handling those and then moving on. And then in the case of dealing with the trauma, as you were mentioning, the center also has a counselor. In the center, yes, it's quite a well-established center, though they might not have all the resources, but they do have a counselor within the center, so they are then able to also offer trauma counseling, especially after the incident that they performed today. They actually went through that experience just on the 1st of August. It happened. They were held at gunpoint, their laptops, phones taken. Some of the youth that we worked with Marietta, are no longer there at the center because they fear for their lives. But those who remained went through trauma counseling, and then they thought, let's turn our lemons into lemonade. That's, I think, their modus operandi, that they work with whatever harshness and they try and overcome it by controlling the narrative. And then they are able to continue.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I see there's 2 more questions.
No, sorry, it's a ZAP question.
A ZAP question. Okay, do you mind if we take the questions to tea, or we can take 2 more minutes or so, but we are actually at the end of our time. So if you would like to take it outside, is that fine? Thank you so much for this session. I think what both presentations highlighted as well for me is the fact that the classroom often becomes an oppressive space where learning is stifled. And as soon as you take it outside of the classroom, into coffee shops, into museums, into centers, into theaters, into community centers, then magic seems to happen. So certain spaces, it's not the space itself, but everything that comes with it becomes a site of oppression. And yeah, I think the work that both the groups are doing is just what we're standing for, transformation and decoloniality in South Africa and in education. So thank you very much for joining us for this session, and have a lovely afternoon, and another round of applause to our speakers.
I've been told that I must speak about this far away from the mic to avoid the plosive P's. I'd appreciate it if someone could please close the door, and I think we'll just accommodate latecomers as they come. Okay, thank you so much. Let's build a world together. Dear esteemed researcher, we were deeply impressed by your outstanding contributions to the field and cordially invite you to submit your latest groundbreaking manuscript to our International Journal of Advanced Multidisciplinary Innovations for rapid publication. Time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. An entirely anonymous, not quite so young anymore academic is in a coronal year research funk. One too many encounters with reviewers B. She, because yes, she is a she, rereads one of her favorite dystopian climate crisis novels in which the world is ending. Read while in mandatory isolation in her small apartment, the novel resonates differently this time. Maybe because right now it feels as though the world is actually ending. An idea begins to form. She powers up her dusty laptop after shooing away a cat that has been using it as a bed, clicks on the Unisa icon, and dives into the journal database rabbit hole. Striking gold, she comes across a voice that echoes her thoughts from across an ocean. The blank screen and flicking cursor no longer feel as daunting. Time loops, the world regains some sense of normality. Infection rates are at an acceptable level. The general consensus seems to be that the world is no longer ending. She presents a paper at a departmental seminar, and it's well received. Except if all time is eternally present, then all time is unredeemable, and the world hasn't ended yet. She is too far down an imaginary of fires and hurricanes and rising sea levels ever again to believe in the new normal. Her voice, slowly built from the rubble of world-making words, is her only defense. She writes, "Dear esteemed researcher, other echoes inhabit the rose garden. Will you follow?" Stretching out an open hand across the Atlantic, she tosses her letter in a bottle across the ocean and waits. Time loops again. The Department of English Studies at Unisa is hosting an interdisciplinary conference, and she is standing behind a podium, facing a very bright light and a crowd of bewildered faces. She begins to talk and says, "I am Antoinette Pretorius, and I am utterly delighted and honored to introduce Professor Brent Ryan Bellamy, who is joining us from Canada, all the way from across the Atlantic Ocean. Brent is an internationally acclaimed and prolific scholar whose work sits at the intersection of speculative literature, environmental humanities, and critical theory. He is the author of Remainders of the American Century, post-apocalyptic novels in the age of US decline, and co-editor of several other very influential volumes. Currently an adjunct professor at Ontario Tech and sessional faculty member at Trent University, Brent has also held prestigious research fellowships in cultural studies. His teaching and research explore how literature helps us grapple with climate change, energy transitions, and social futures. And he's been recognized with Trent University's Award for Excellence in Online Teaching for his online innovative pedagogy. I'm blinded by the light still. So the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time, through the unknown remembered gate, when the last of the earth left to discover is that which was the beginning. Brent, thank you for not thinking my email was spam, and of course for everything that came after and is yet to come. Dear esteemed researchers, please join me in welcoming Professor Bellamy to the stage for his talk entitled Framing World Building as a Critical Imaginative Practice. It's going to be a goodie.
Thank you for that introduction. It's very humbling to be introduced in such a delightful and creative way. And certainly even more humbling to know that something I probably wrote in a similar state of panic and depression was well received and a kind of salve at the height of the pandemic. Thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to speak to you. I will confess, this is my first keynote address, so I hope to live up to the honor of your invitation. The thing about world building is that we all do it. All people do it. They take in the world around them and create a mental model. Their understanding is shaped by a sense of material reality. That mental model starts to influence how they take in the world. Perceive, construct, perceive, construct. This kind of world building has long been the purview of architects and policymakers. For instance, Frank Lloyd Wright's prairie houses still have a sense of handicraft that aim to make living hospitable amid rising mass production. Or consider how the US National Interstate and Defense Highways Act of 1956 diverted funds from the national defense budget to develop a national highway system. It was the largest public works project to date and dramatically reformed the face of the United States and the minds of its citizens, entrenching the viability of privately owned vehicles for transportation and US dependency on fossil fuels. I draw these examples from my work as an American Studies scholar. They speak to a sense of the world and an experience of it through built space. Architecture, design, and urban planning are not the only disciplines that claim such power. What role might representation have to play in the work of world building?
Many disciplines can claim the power of world building. As a key term, its use has been on the rise across creative writing, cultural studies, design and planning, and even in radical politics. As a practice that takes place whether named explicitly or not, and here I take it one can build a world without setting out to do so under that verbiage. It's all the rage in popular film, literature, music, and television. We might also extend the umbrella of world building to the work of partisan politics, non-governmental organizations, and so on. It can exist across different areas of interest. Yet, does it always mean the same thing across these domains? How one answers that question is another key point of interest for this talk. On one hand, it gets taken up so broadly that it must share some kernel of meaning across these uses. On the other, moving between frameworks of meaning threatens world building with becoming less than useful. Regardless, how the world appears and how it is apprehended marks an important through line that doesn't destabilize world building as a core concept. The question of representation draws on the sensual world of human experience. I trust that you have had the experience at least once or twice of being swept up affectively and imaginatively in a compelling story, whether or not that story took place in a world based on the real world or a totally separate reality. How indeed do we ever enter a world other than our own? Here, medium is a key term that, as a classic media studies question of, that raises a media studies question of media specificity. How does the type of text impact an audience's understanding of it? For example, take the work of reading N.K. Jemison's prose narration to imagine the stillness in the Broken Earth trilogy. Here is a land. It is ordinary as lands go, mountains and plateaus and canyons and river deltas. Ordinary except for its size and its dynamism, it moves a lot, this land. Like an old man lying restless abed, it heaves and sighs, puckers and farts, yawns and swallows. Naturally, this land's people have named it the stillness. It is a land of quiet and bitter irony. Just for a little bit of whiplash, we might take Jemison's writing to stand in stark contrast to listening to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard's Petrodraconic Apocalypse, or Dawn of Eternal Night and Annihilation of Planet Earth and the Beginning of Merciless Damnation, which also describes an apocalyptic story world. Audiences form these worlds in their minds, in their imaginations, but the sensual cues that drive that cognitive work are quite different. The second person address of you, on the one hand, in Jemison, and droning rhythms with repetitive conceptual lyrics on the other, with King Gizzard Lizard. I made it through the album title, so I feel like I've won. So a central hinge here will be understanding world building through media. One, as a concept that assists creative output, especially in the synchronization of imaginative vision, and two, as a key term for critically understanding and studying media and media industries. For narrative storytelling, world building describes the outlining and defining of a story world so that the imagined world can be a vivid yet consistent imaginary place. The aim of such writing ensures worlds are familiar and stable, no matter how many iterative stories are set there, how many people do the work of storytelling, nor in which media such stories are presented. Yet how one imaginatively moves into alternate worlds, depending on their medium or genre, can vary depending on social factors and neurotype. Here, disability and accessibility become important considerations for a robust account of story world immersion. An informed practice of world building can be a tool for collaboration and creation, as well as interpretation and critique. Put differently, the work of world building offers models for cultural work, as well as a framework for understanding said work. Along these lines, this talk explores the meaning of world building as a concept and a practice by analyzing how it has been taken up, and it develops a strong set of examples to hold together these realms of meaning. The work here is to kind of pass back and forth from framing instances to concrete examples until it becomes meaningful and significant to explain the work of world building, in any particular instance. These various scenes can be read together or read separately. Each drives at the fundamental question of what world building is, if indeed it is one thing, and at how it operates. I'm going to be taking up a central example of world building from the media and creative industries. The question here is how 21st century long-form television storytelling develops coherent and cohesive story worlds while requiring the labor of so many film crews, actors, set designers, costume designers, makeup and hair artists, sound designers, editors, marketing teams, directors, producers, and so on. The answer, in part, is what is known as a show Bible. The specific example I'll be drawing on here is the pitch document from the Netflix show Stranger Things, which I'll refer to as a show Bible as it provides a clear vision for the first season of the show and could be built upon in subsequent seasons to maintain consistency in character and setting and tone and aesthetic and all of those things. From there, I'll pivot to discuss world building in the real world from a top-down perspective and then from a bottom-up view. Bonus marks if you know this white man. I'll introduce him later. Then I'll conclude with a salient example of collaborative emergent world building and storytelling from Dropout TV's Dimension 20. So, section 1. A world building document. Prestige television strives for cohesion and coherence in storytelling. Being unified in aesthetic and clear in story helps long-form audiovisual media to attract and maintain audiences. A vivid example of how televisual world building works comes from what Professor of World Building Trent Hergenrotter would describe as a meta-narrative, a document that contains the historical and geographic framework and core cultural, economic, and political structures of a story world. In this case, the show Bible is just such a meta-narrative. It tends to contain details about character, setting, plot, tone, and look to convey the world of the story. These meta-narratives are what Hergenrotter calls non-story creative writing. In Hergenrotter's approach, one decides on the importance of various structures, including governance, economics, social relations, and the arts, to the story world. These may be trending up or down in importance, and it's up to the group to determine, the group of world builders to determine how to understand what the substructure of wealth distribution trending up might mean for their fictional world. So his approach to writing a meta-narrative involves playing with these structures and deciding on what they mean and then assigning numbers to them in order to have a conversation. In the context of collaboration, the meta-narrative provides an avenue for conversation that poses a chance for a group to develop a shared understanding of the story world. The benefit of this approach is that one can get a sense of the totality of the story world through the mediation of its structures. The show Bible is such a good example to unpack precisely because it exists as a document whose sole purpose is world building. For instance, only the most self-reflective and irreverent of shows will make their influences so explicit. Yet in the world-building document, such as a précis, a pitch document, or show Bible, that's the most expedient way of conveying tone, genre, and setting. So we can take a closer look at the Duffer Brothers, Matt and Ross, and what they developed for Stranger Things. Framing the core aesthetic venture of the show Bible presents the world in the style of a pulp horror novel. The cover uses high contrast. Though predominantly black, it has a blood red border that frames a small image set below the working title for the show, Montauk. A red bicycle lies abandoned at the side of a dirt road that runs to the horizon. Skeletal trees line the far side of the road as a hulking structure in the distance looms out of the haze. Reading the document reveals the structure to be part of a World War II air base, which was eventually renamed Camp Hero. The long-range radar dish was added during the Cold War. You may be able to see it in the image there in the mist near the back. The long range, here the site becomes the center of operations for the top secret Montauk project. One final detail sells the show Bible. There's a red 1, number 1, that adorns the top of the imagined book cover, which implies a sort of seriality of the story. This show will be pulpy as in addictive and popular, though perhaps not in the sense of cheap to mass produce. For those familiar with Stranger Things, the setting of Montauk, New York, won't be familiar. The show takes place in the fictional town of Hawkins, Indiana, but it's worth exfoliating the original location as part of the original plan. Upon closer inspection, Montauk becomes a site of settler colonial notoriety. So, Arthur Benson purchases 10,000 acres of land in 1879 from the government, some of which has been held in trust for the Montaukett tribe. Benson sought title over the land, some of which is still under dispute. Some 50 years later, in 1924, Robert Moses, then president of the Long Island State Park Commission and chairman of the New York State Council of Parks, undertook the work of condemning Benson's land in Montauk in order to establish 2 state parks, one on either side of the Montauk Peninsula. These would be the Hither Hills State Park in the west and Montauk Point State Park in the east. And these parks would be connected by Montauk Point State Parkway. In 1942, Montauk Point State Park was converted into a U.S. Army base, disguised. They didn't distinguish it as a fishing village. They disguised it as a fishing village. In 1984, the base is decommissioned, and General Services Administration sought to sell it to developers. Activists protest this sale, citing the unique ecosystems of the site and some particular species of birds that are only found there. As well, there's a kind of jump forward over the next 20 years. There were attempts to create a golf course, which never materialized. The land sat dormant until 2002, when the site reopened as a state park, Camp Hero. During the 1990s, Preston B. Nichols and Peter Moon published The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, a book that speculated about experiments in time travel at the military site. Stranger Things and even the show Bible don't draw on the history of settlement or parks development directly. Instead, the military base, its abandonment, and the conjecture about what went on there becomes a kind of core history that the Duffer brothers draw on and then transplant to Indiana. This move of Camp Hero from a point jutting into the Atlantic on Montaukett territory to somewhere in Indiana on what could be Kaskaskia, Maiamia, or Kickapoo territory, according to nativeland.ca, represents only one way that the show's meta-narrative repurposes locations, settings, and aesthetics to create a unique primary story world. So let's return now to the show Bible. Based on the look of the cover, it will come as little surprise what the Duffer brothers have in mind for the project. The presentation begins with familiar reference points: E.T., Jaws, Poltergeist, It, Stand By Me, Steven Spielberg, and Stephen King. It aims to establish a shared reality for the show, and it does so by first establishing the tone for the project. So this is a still from Poltergeist that's, you can see is like as if it's on folded paper, is presented within the show Bible. And these images will alternate with longer treatments of like the characters or the setting or the plot that the show Bible describes. This is still from Altered States. They use examples that sort of collages a pastiche, which is simultaneously familiar and yet new. This is from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The combination of focus, genre, setting, and style makes Stranger Things a story world where audiences know what to expect, and at the same time, they might be shocked and frightened by what they discover as they watch the series. All of this is supported by the haunting synth score provided by members of the electronic band Survive. And this is from E.T., the Extraterrestrial. The show Bible promises that the show will marry, quote, human drama and supernatural fear. The generic line that Duffer Brothers want to draw takes up a nostalgia for 1980s adventure and horror to make something coherent out of a discrete set of novels and films. For those unfamiliar, the first season revolves around the mysterious disappearance of Will Byers, played by Noah Schnapp. The This distresses his three best friends, his brother and his mother, Joyce, played by Winona Ryder. When Joyce starts getting messages from Will, coded messages through like Christmas lights, she and the others decide they have to work together to find him. The Montauk Show Bible succeeds by bringing the setting of an abandoned military base camp at Camp Hero together with the visual texture and evoked feelings of King's and Spielberg's work. Real-world elements shore up a fun and quirky adventure. In a similar manner to George Lucas's Star Wars, we might read the show Bible as a document of nostalgia. We might read Stranger Things itself that way. It should be clear that Stranger Things is not a story about real events in small-town Indiana. An important shared experience of kids growing up in the 1980s was a kind of delight in being frightened by adventures that took place just beyond the edge of the possible, especially with kids and teens as protagonists. Stranger Things reworks these experiences of 1980s media. The Story Bible does so in the form of a kind of mood board. The collection of glossy images attached within starts to form a new whole. In the same way Star Wars did for previous generations, Stranger Things, quote, satisfies a deep, might one even say, repressed longing to experience them again, close quote. And as cultural theorist Frederick Jameson argues, this kind of representation, quote, is a complex object in which on some first level, children and adolescents can take the adventure straight, while the adult public is able to gratify a deeper and more properly nostalgic desire to return to that older period and to live its strange old aesthetic artifacts through once again, close quote. However, unlike Star Wars, Stranger Things reinvents an image of the past in its lived totality, starting with small-town America and introducing an expanding field of 1980s consumer culture, especially with the introduction of the arcade and the shopping mall. In this way, Stranger Things reawakens an experience of the past associated with those places. This is how fictional world-building works. It uses all available modes to create the possibility for a shared media experience of a story world. Stories set in the real world, in a slightly transformed version of the real world, and especially in a completely fabricated story world, all rely on world building. Stranger Things is an obvious and thus great example of world building for a few other reasons. The story features a parallel world, the upside down, a dark mirror reality, and the action of the show takes place at the kids' homes, at school, on Main Street, later at the mall, in the woods, and eventually at the equivalent locations in the upside down. The show uses setting to create mystery for the characters. They move through and between these locations as though Hawkins were a world open to them. It's a kind of sandbox, a large open space where characters can move where they like, when they like, in order to pursue their goals. This is where we get the kids on bikes motif. They're always biking back and forth across Hawkins. The question at the heart of the first season of Stranger Things, where did Will go, takes the characters in and around Hawkins and even to the upside down. A central ongoing component of the show is the fact that the characters play Dungeons & Dragons. This tabletop role-playing game follows a group of heroes played by a few players as they navigate adventures in an imaginary world described and sometimes wholly created by a game master. It follows a pattern. The game master describes a scene, the player characters interact, and anything with an uncertain result becomes a chance to roll a die and find out what happens. A world-building endeavor on its own. In the show, D&D is what narrative media studies would describe as intermedial, or one media being represented with another. In literary studies, this is akin to ekphrasis, except here, rather than words representing a work of art, we can watch characters gather around a map with their character sheets to play a game of a session. This intermedial play introduces yet another imaginary world into the story world of Stranger Things. In Will's D&D game, the gang's PCs travel to another plane described as the Upside Down. They eventually apply their colloquial descriptor of the Upside Down to the parallel reality in the story world. The characters can make sense of their world by critically understanding it, using their knowledge of a world-building tabletop game. This heuristic helps them make the strange familiar and rise to the occasion of the adventure that beckons. Find Will before it's too late. Stranger Things raises world building as a matter of concern within the story world. Characters can use their knowledge of worlds from tabletop games to survive the intrusion of another planar existence on their reality. This inclusion of an RPG in a long-form film or a television narrative serves to strengthen the cohesion of the story world and offers a reality effect. These kids are plausible 80s preteens. In this case, the characters are capable of a kind of world building within the story world. For me, the inclusion of D&D is more than a note on an itinerary of nostalgia or a glossy image of the 1980s in the US, because it extends beyond mere technique of storytelling and becomes a continuing subject of the show. Meanwhile, the settler history of development, including Benson, Moses, and the US military, speaks to a real-world meta-narrative excluded from the show Bible and the show, the contest over the space of what is currently known as East Long Island. Some might go on to very convincingly argue that this haunting of stolen land and genocide marks the unspeakable in many of King's and Spielberg's texts. So is this something that is being carried forward nostalgically, unintentionally? Is this here because it's an ongoing issue? That's another line of consideration. Moreover, the transplanting of Camp Hero from Long Island to Indiana asserts a settler's sense that any place is like any other. Rural is rural. Of course, we know the middle of nowhere is actually the middle of somewhere, right? Here, the internal dynamic of Montauk as a show Bible becomes clear. The intention behind the work is to be as specific as possible about the affective setting, the texture and tone of the world, even as the historical mapping such a text could take up is left out. What I hope this makes plain is that world building is always undertaken with explicit intended results, and at the same time consistently develops unintended consequences by way of omissions, avoidable or otherwise. Part 2. I've addressed the idea of creating a fictional world through a world-building document, a meta-narrative. Now I move from the world of fiction and imagination to the world of built reality. Now I discuss what I call real world building. The term is a bit clunky, but I want to make a hard distinction between story worlds and the real world. Meanwhile, maintaining world building as a practice and framework that allows a shared understanding of both. So, real world building. Let's start with Langdon Winner's now classic essay, Do Artifacts Have Politics? It has lessons for thinking about real world building. Winner argues that technologies obviously enhance the power, authority, and privilege of some over others. Yet people have grown used to thinking of technologies as neutral things, mere tools that can be used to any given end. Winner's intervention is to pause and ask whether a given device might have been designed and built in such a way that it produces a set of consequences logically and temporally prior to any of its professed uses. Put differently, could a built object have been produced such that it creates effects of consequence ahead of being employed in the intended manner? The question is an enticing one and one deserving of an example. One of Langdon's primary examples in this essay are overpasses, specifically those on Long Island, New York, built too low for public buses to pass beneath them. Here's Winner. Anyone who has traveled the highways of America and has become used to the normal height of overpasses may well find something a little odd about some bridges over the parkways on Long Island, New York. These overpasses, one might notice, have quite low clearance, in some places as little as 9 feet at the curb. Winner continues, even those who happen to notice this structural peculiarity would not necessarily be inclined to attach any special meaning to it. In our accustomed way of looking at things, like roads and bridges, we see the details of form as innocuous and seldom give them a second thought. This is hearkening back to infrastructure as invisible, visible conversation from yesterday. You may have already made a connection back to Robert Moses, who, as we know, was in charge of highways and parks on Long Island in the mid-20th century when these overpasses were designed and built. According to Winner and the extensive research of Robert Caro for Moses' biography, the bridge clearances were set to afford upper and middle class white people to be able to pass in their automobiles while restricting those who typically ride public transit, poor people, black people, other racialized folks, due to the standard height of buses. Winner reports further that Moses vetoed a railway extension to Jones Beach, located at the west end of Long Island. How much could these facts be evident by mere observation? Documentation exists, but certainly nothing like Hergenrotter's meta-narrative. There's no trending substructure governing race and class in reality. Only through critical discernment and interpretation might we locate two kinds of world building in the real world. Intentional world building, such as Moses' Long Island overpasses, and unintentional world building, where the emergence of constrictions and restrictions or flows and possibilities occur through the interaction of objects in the built world. World building has much to do with things, as Winner makes clear, and has potentially much more to do with their configuration. Understanding the built world as a practice comes to me from what Frederick Jameson diagnosed as a missing component of postmodern thought: the ability to cognitively map one's relation to the mode of production in the late 20th century. Jameson begins the development of a new aesthetic through a discussion of the modern city. He explains the initial aim of such an aesthetic might seem to be, quote, to enable a situational representation on the part of the individual subject to that vaster and properly unrepresentable totality, which is the ensemble of the city's structure as a whole. But to do this, we might, like sailors first starting to move beyond the shore in open waters, need new instruments to orient us to modern space. As Jameson argues, new seafaring instruments help to nuance the idea of cognitive mapping because they also produce a whole new set of coordinates, that of relationship to the totality, particularly as it is mediated by the stars and by new operations like that of triangulation. Now, cognitive mapping can be understood to require the coordination of existential data, as well as unlived abstract conceptions of the geographic totality. These dimensions are merely spatial. We might also find them less illustrative than a thorough investigation of the wayfinding capabilities of a smartphone, connected as it is to the internet through cell networks or Wi-Fi, able to access satellite tracking information, and so on. Even this example raises the issue of the vast infrastructural networks not represented, yet absolutely necessary for a smartphone app to do this geospatial locating. Indeed, Jameson's ultimate argument is that cognitive mapping is at once ideological and topographical. The understanding of real world building requires a sort of cognitive mapping of an imaginary space. In the case of imagined story worlds, the meta-narrative represents the spatial and social dimensions of a fictional world. Moreover, it captures something about the relationship of the social to the spatial. Meta-narratives can elaborate story worlds across medium and genre. Indeed, without adhering to character and story, the dimensions associated with Jameson's aesthetics of cognitive mapping become centrally important. The meta-narrative presents an aesthetic methodology for collaborative aesthetic practice. The sticking issue is that a meta-narrative calls reality into existence, whereas as one begins to wonder, how does this work in the real world? The process of understanding the real world's meta-narrative must proceed differently. Part 3. Astoundingly, I'm good. Dimension 20 sold out Madison Square Garden in January 2025. According to Rolling Stone magazine, this was the biggest live game of Dungeons & Dragons ever played. In that article, Eric Francisco writes, a capacity crowd in the world's most famous arena for a tiny streaming show centered around a 51-year-old game is proof that an online audience can and will log off and show up. We're at the first clip, Maestro. Thank you very much for the tech support.
Stop spreading the news. I'm leaving today.
I've been taking so many drugs for so long.
I need to do this for the good of the rats.
I can't buy a bigger house because then it'll be obvious I'm in the mob. The show must go on!
You come from my family. You come from my friends. I will drop you.
And we're all just gonna have a fun time getting out of here.
And all has been dead! We were already outside. I asked if you want to go outside.
I love it when people do this. I don't know what else is going on, but I can fight.
Finally, the great day of alliance!
Our lives sucked anyway.
What is about to come back?
Yeah! It's been good knowing you.
Willie, get your brick butt in here. You jumped into the air.
Another box of doom roll.
Finally, it happened!
19.
What the? I gotta keep doing this. First attack is a nat 20! That is a nat 20.
Okay, great. It'll be the next clip in just a second, but I have something to read first. So, I mean, this is a bit of a chaotic introduction. I'm going to show you something that's a little bit more focused, but this is the Unsleeping City, which is a story arc that the Dimension 20 cast plays through, where it turns out the ultimate villain is Robert Moses. This is an actual play RPG show that follows sort of like tight adventure arcs and centers character-led storytelling, humor, and a critical approach to genre politics and the social. So you kind of get cultural critique mixed in with like silly comedy stuff and also a parasocial relationship with the cast, who are all kind of very likable and amazing. Here's just a little background of this. This is one of the miniatures, because they have these really amazing people that create all the set pieces and miniatures. This is Moses has this dream, the American dream, and this is the sort of embodied form of that. It's like pretty creepy. So the show's set in New York City with a twist. The city is overlaid by a fey realm of the Unsleeping City. The characters unravel a mystery while exercising the L train. They defend Queens from gentrification and ultimately face a citywide threat in Times Square on New Year's Eve. And Mulligan reinvents Moses as a powerful undead spellcaster who's devised not only the highway system in and around New York City, but is also responsible for a highway hex, a magical force that has sequestered New York from the rest of the world. So now the second clip, please.
I hate to say it, Mr. Moses, but they're all free-thinking adults who can make their own choices. As is every person in this city.
See, he says, do you think people make choices?
I do.
No. People think they make choices. They think they're gonna steer right or steer left. But they didn't build the roads. The big choices already got made for them a long time ago.
Well, Mr. Moses, how about this? How about you have a choice right now where you can leave this city. You can walk away, and I will not come for you. You can choose to stay here. You can choose to continue on this course of action, and me and my friends can choose to stop you. Well, I hate to say it, Mr. Moses, but they're all free.
Great. Thank you so much. Lou Wilson is great there too. Okay. I mean, maybe we can talk about that clip a little bit if people want to. I'm gonna continue with my script. Perceive, construct, perceive, construct. The power fantasy of Dungeons & Dragons is that these characters can intervene and disrupt Moses' influence in their fantasy world. The power fantasy of this talk is that world building furnishes us with complex yet indirect means to rebuild the real world in an environmentally and socially just image. The talk has been about the relationship between the built world representation and the mental models people operate by. It poses a version of a crucial question at the heart of egalitarian politics. How do people change the world? Each approach to this question will offer a discipline or field-specific answer. For some, people make a change by taking collective action. For others, those in power shape the possibilities of daily life. For me, the answer lies somewhere in the balance between these options. And the aim here is to offer up different approaches to world building in order to provide you with a chance at an informed world building practice, whether that's in the classroom, the political assembly, or on the streets. Ultimately, this talk is about how people build the world intentionally and unintentionally. Collaborative world building defines the collective process of negotiating how lived reality might unfold. World building at once describes an elaboration of mediation and a very real process primed for political intervention. Testing one's capacity for discerning relationships between art and economics at a systems level helps train discernment of real-world opportunities. The example of Robert Moses is salient because of the idiosyncratic way Moses wielded power. In New York City, too, Robert Moses was the architect of such developments. In novel Shocks, Micah Tucker Abramson opens with the study with similar observations about Moses' role as Parks Commissioner, yet adds that he was also the head of the Committee on Slum Clearance. Moses' way of manipulating capitalists, workers, including unions and banks, among other institutions, has shaped contemporary New York. How one identifies and defines a slum is certainly akin to fashioning a meta-narrative about real-world space, just as is how one decides to respond to it. Moreover, the support of the banks, for instance, came about because of how Moses set up municipal bonds to be well-nigh infallible, which provides an object lesson. The actuality of money was not its most significant aspect. Its potential was what mattered. That's from Carroll. Moses was supported by the mid-century legislation of the Housing Act of 1949 and Federal Highway Act of 1956. Indeed, this is Abramson, New York City secured more money for projects than all other US cities combined in this moment. The very real possibilities for dynamic and egalitarian change may have existed alongside the path that Moses and those enabling him took. Material conditions determine world building in the real world. World signals a delimited space, including its systems and structures. Meanwhile, to build a world, let alone the world, is a prospect bound up with work and with labor. The form of world building can be manipulated, especially by powerful capitalists and states. Because imagining world building means imagining how social relations operate, one can often find a niche for creative action. Studying world building can make us cognizant of how storytelling involves many decisions and many actors. It can make the labor that goes into storytelling legible. It can serve as a tool for comparative media analysis across cultures. It is a versatile concept. My core assumption is that we're all building the world every day, entrenching certain systems and disavowing others. This work is very present and real for some, while being distant and under-examined by others. By understanding how world building works in fictive environments, we can better communicate the labor of making our own world and work to improve the systems and structures in which we work. That is the political impetus at the heart of this talk. Whether or not you're centrally concerned with such questions in politics, I hope the talk has provided you with helpful and insightful commentary on world building that has invited you to consider the wider implications of the most ubiquitous process for content creation today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Impeccable timing. On the dot, 40 minutes now. Thank
Yeah,
you
as
very
those signs
much.
were coming in, I was like, this is, whew.
It's actually a bit silly for you to now stand away and for me to be the one to chair the session when we're both embodied people standing here talking in front of a mic. So thank you very much. That was fascinating. I'm sure everyone else thought so too, and I am sure that there are going to be loads of questions. So let's open the floor. Oh, fastest fingers first between those two there. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, thank you, not only for the amazing talk, but also proving that I can bring up Dimension 20 in a serious academic environment. I have so many questions that I'm probably going to track you down afterwards, but one of the core things is the political impetus that you describe effectively establishes a relationship between fictive environments and real environments, world building and real world building set in connection. Would you say that this relationship can be reciprocative? By which I mean, our real world informs these worlds, obviously, but to the extreme. Is a world entirely unlike our own? N.K. Jemison's Stillness, Brandon Sanderson's Rashar, are they themselves capable of reciprocating the relationship, not only our world influencing those imagined worlds, but those imagined worlds influencing our own? That's the question.
Are we collecting, or should I?
Let's collect the hands that are up, or do you want to answer straight away?
I can actually just, yes. Yeah. I can say more. I'll say more about that in a moment, but yes.
Go ahead if you want to answer.
Oh, I would just say, coming up as a science fiction scholar, that's kind of like part of the whole argument. And I mean, there's many ways to come at it. I would say, it sounds like I'm introducing something new here, but I'm actually just sort of sneakily redescribing ideology or solidarity with this other term of world building, because I think it has a lot more purchase and explanatory power today. I think Jemison's work is interesting because it does immediately have that real world impact in terms of the Sad Puppies and Rapid Puppies, and being the first, the Broken Earth trilogy being the first trilogy to win all 3 Hugo Awards for each novel in the series. That has not happened before. But then actually the content of that imaginary world obviously has influences on our own, and I would follow narratologists such as Mary Laurie Ryan, who I had on a slide earlier, who just make that argument really clearly and compellingly. But yeah, I think the answer is yes.
I'm going to use chair privileges to give the example that was resonating with me throughout the talk, which is a very stupid example. I hope I'm not going to reveal my idiocy in front of everyone. But what I kept on thinking during the Stranger Things section was the fakeness of the nostalgia for some of the viewers who, for example, were encountering Kate Bush for the first time, causing the song to suddenly spike up in the charts and become a hit. And it was just that tension between, for some viewers it's nostalgic, but others were encountering it fresh, and it was a very direct example, I think, of real world influences. Is that valid?
You said it is, so yeah.
Okay. Let's swiftly move on to Diewold's question.
Thank you, and this does tie in to a degree with your comment just now. Thank you first very much for a fascinating talk, Brent. I thought it was fascinating, and it had so many things that I was thinking about. I think Aaron has written about 4 pages of notes, but mine is a bit less than that. I won't track you down afterwards, as that. But I was going to ask, do you think there is, I actually have 2 questions, but I'll just take one bite of the cherry at this stage. Do you think that, I'm sort of thinking of the danger of a millennial nostalgia, in a sense, with Stranger Things, and whether there isn't some aspect of that world building that's pandering to something that is a somewhat conservative yen for, I mean, I've spoken to people before about sort of like Stephen King novels, and a lot of people will sort of go into this rant about, well, he used to write better in the 80s, it wasn't so woke, that he didn't try to include all these things now, that there weren't so many people of color in the books, and whatever, disabled, whatever you would see as woke or not. But I think that's not me arguing for that being better or something, but the sort of the suggestion that we can go back to a purer and easier time when it wasn't so complicated to tell stories and so on. What are your thoughts about this sort of millennial nostalgia, as I put it? Yeah.
I think that there's an impulse in the talk that is not explicit exactly, which is the kind of role of the critic, because I think in my work of exfoliating the text, I try to show that it's not simple or simply better. Like, it actually just like cuts off this whole history, which, if it had been folded in, would have made the show like much more politically interesting, instead of kind of having to read it with a couple different things. It is sort of weirdly fortuitous. As I was writing this, I discovered the show Bible, and then I discovered it was Montauk, and then I was already thinking about Robert Moses as a great example, and then I was like, no, wait, this is just, it's all here. And it's no wonder, given how much output there is in New York in the mid-20th century. Like, it's just such a lodestone for both imaginative world building and real world building. So yeah, I don't think there's part of my talk where I say like critiquing, but on the other hand, I don't think there's part of my talk where I say critiquing the show properly will get something done either. It's rather like training our powers of discernment and intervention by attending to the things we're already great at attending to, in order to like come together and figure out. So I have no solutions in the paper also. I'm just like, let's think about this stuff a little bit differently. Yeah.
No, I think you don't need to have solutions. You're a literary critics.
I'm saying we could, though.
Yeah, I'm joking. I mean, in the sense of, we are the weather, as the Jonathan Safran Foer book says. I mean, it's not that. That was actually going to be my second question, was more about, do we make the choices as Robert Moses, the character, suggests, or are we just cogs in a certain sense? It's not that, is it merely a fluke when somebody is able to have a world-changing event or influence, or is it more about creating awareness that maybe you should consider that you might have that ability to do it? You shouldn't be apathetic, is what I'm...
You got there for me. That's it.
Okay, great.
Recognize those moments.
So I just want to be very provocative, because that's how I feel at the moment. How much of world building in long form television is world killing, in the sense of using up non-renewable resources? That is what bothers me about so many cultural products, particularly like blockbuster films and so on and so on and so on, and the petrochemical industry making tons and tons of plastic, which is simply used for props.
Yeah, and again, I would say there's no part of this just to say we need to make more media in order to better understand. Like, we know already the issues at the heart. That's why this is secretly a talk about ideology, which is like, we know the answer, but we can't make the solution. So why is that? And part of it is, I wouldn't say ideology is not like a thing that exists somewhere, but it's a name of a problem, which is precisely the one that you're describing. And so I think if we, like, one of the things I try to do pedagogically when I teach world building is like really let people get in there, and then they start to say like, oh, well, why do things have to be this way or that way? And they can confront some of their own biases they're bringing into the group, and there's discomfort sometimes, and all of that I think is productive, because it's secretly not about the actual space they make, which is really cool and fun. It's about like, how do we actually think with other people in a way that moves us in a direction that isn't tied to work necessarily, that's tied to some other kind of creative practice, which is like a little trick to get them to be excited. So, I mean, it's real though. Like, I'm excited about this stuff. I think it's cool. But then I'm like, but wait, how are these things the same or not across these? So this is actually the first part of like a short book project that I'm working on, which will explore different avenues. And I think, yeah, having worked on fossil fuels, it's not like not watching this or not watching that will stop that thing from happening. We are kind of caught. And it's very depressing.
We have a sea of hands that I've been keeping an eagle eye on the order. I think it is Marina's, Ilona, and then it's a battle between the other two.
Thank you very much. I think I just won because I grabbed the mic. My question relates to real world building, I guess, and your question about, questions about real world building. And it seems to me that would one of the first things be to firstly kind of bring into view that there is such a thing as world, in the sense that you've meant that there is a background which shapes our meaningful interrelationships with one another, and sometimes in ways which we're not necessarily aware of and which have considerable political, ideological, material consequences. And then perhaps also to bring into view that world is also, in Derrida's terms, a phantasm maybe, that it is not, world as is, but it is, constructed, projected, and therefore perhaps capable of negotiation or being negotiated and capable of intervention. And that, then I kind of thought, if that intervention has to do with narrative, with our narrative, our social narrative decisions, and imagining what we want our world to be and how we can shape it in that way, I kind of thought of Byung-Chul Han has a book called I think something like The Crisis of Narrative or Crisis of Narration, suggesting that within our present sort of neoliberal multimedia context, narrative in the way that he understands it, which is something which is kind of other, which challenges one, which is perhaps sometimes not just immediately there. You have to submit yourself to the narrative to some extent. You have to encounter it, negotiate with it, and that within the context of mass consumerism, there's maybe a reluctance to submit to a narrative. We want it to be the way that we want it, to entertain us, and then move on to the next thing. If it doesn't entertain us, then we find a different narrative that suits us, and that there's maybe then also difficulty in that negotiation. And ultimately, I think there's also the problem of, we're talking here about grand narratives maybe, and that's something we also are kind of skeptical about, for good reason. And is there then a possibility, rather than for worlds building, rather than world building on a global scale, without that the major narrative then being one of laissez-faire capitalism to the nth degree? Sorry, there are multiple questions there.
Yeah, definitely. Just a very easy, straightforward answer here. I mean, I guess I can address the world's piece, and I want to just sort of like put my foot down about something. So I would say, yeah, in this sort of a person of navigating a city, like their sense of it, I mean, like I'm thinking also back to the amazing keynote from earlier today of like bringing your own language into the classroom and having that shared experience of like, what don't we have a word for? Like, yeah, there is a material reality that we all live in, and yet we also all navigate through these other through our like lifeways and experiences and worldviews and cultures, you know, and all of that is also real and true. It's not so much that I'm saying, like, if we write the perfect narrative, imagine the future just right, we'll get to a better place. But I'm saying the practice of imagining a different future together and thinking about how we're actually already producing that future every day together might help us to locate some points where we might make things better. That's the sort of small political piece, I would say. And I don't, you know, like I think the grand narrative thing, like, we have to sell our labor to subsist. So everyone has to. You know, there's some small exceptions here and there, but there's no, that's just the case. So it's descriptive, I think, rather than something we're kind of telling ourselves.
I just want to talk to Prof. Burns' issue about environmentalism and the impact of world building on, well, all these issues. I think it's partially answered by AI and new developments like the volume, which has been used to film a lot of the Star Wars series. And my second comment as well, one of the interesting things about Stranger Things is that it features the D&D tabletop game, which led to this resurgence in tabletop gaming as well, you know, as opposed to the digital versions of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think let's go on to Lona, then you can
Great idea. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you once again to reiterate what everyone has said for a really interesting, fascinating talk. I have a bit of a two-parter, I apologize. Well, the first one, I guess, started out as more of a comment, but maybe as the narrative progresses, a question will emerge. I attended a writing workshop at a conference last year, and I've had to look up the title because I think it'll just preface what I want to ask. It was called Create a Hellscape Using Theology in World Building. And it was about religious fantasy, fantasy religions and religion as fantasy, and all kinds of iconography that comes from religion, like necromancy and things like that are used in world building. This particular workshop, it was a workshop because it was text-based, text-based writing games where you get prompts and people end up producing like novel-length content in those kinds of games. So I guess the speaker in their prepared portion for the talk approached it as kind of from a very secular perspective, and kind of, I think they even said at some point, well, people don't really believe in gods anymore, so we can kind of now co-opt them for world building. And of course, anyone that has grown up with a religious background knows that that's not quite true. So I guess, I don't know if there's really a question there, but if you talk about like ideology, religious, I think ideology is obviously particularly powerful and continues to impact people's lives to date. And so the incorporation, the extensive incorporation of religious iconography, etc., in fantasy world-building games and things, I guess, I don't know, I guess a question didn't come out there. It's a comment. I just found it interesting that kind of how they impinge on each other. My question is for the elephant in the room that has kept showing up with its trunk on backwards, is AI. In AI's role, particularly if I'm thinking from the perspective of these text-based world-building games that I don't know if they always have. I only became aware of them in the age of AI, but they rely on AI-generated prompts for the world building. So beyond, obviously, the environmental impact of AI is important, but in the creation of ideologies and the incorporation of ideology in world-building games, if people are going to be relying on AI prompts, as indeed they are now in world-building to a significant extent, what do you think the impact of that is my question.
I think we're going to collect one more.
So I just have one, there we go. I just have one very simple question for you. Why is it that conservatives are so much better at world building than progressives? Do you have any insight in that regard? And now we're talking about the full double entendre of ideology and actual world building.
Yeah.
Because conservatives seem to have a real knack for subverting otherwise progressive narratives and championing them as their own. They have a real knack for twisting narratives to suit their purposes. They have an uncanny ability for overwriting narratives with whatever they like. And I just, you know, if we want to imagine that we can world build together to make things better, we need to kind of find the secret in the source to be able to do it in such a way that we can engage in, I don't know, guerrilla world building against sort of ideologies that are different than our own.
So I have this formulation that I'm using elsewhere, but it's going to be central to my thinking on this so far, and it didn't come up very much in this talk. But world building is always neutral. World building is never neutral, because of course, like a fascist vision is a world building vision, and yes, they're very good at it. If you haven't read the book Speculative Whiteness by Jordan Carroll, it's a great. He does a lot of important work to unpack and take apart the kind of way that white nationalists owe their future imaginings to science fiction. There's a lot about how Dune gets read, for instance, as a white nationalist text. Some other folks are working on this. So I think that there's this is where the part of my talk comes and says, well, world building is a creative practice, but also I think we can use it as critique. And so call a fascist a fascist, that kind of thing. Also, weirdly, Newt Gingrich has so many alter histories about how the South won the Civil War and stuff like this. But I don't know why. I would say there's a kind of I think of this anecdote. It comes from early 20th century Frankfurt School era. Everyone's kind of arguing about which genre best represents the machinations of capital. And at some point, I can't remember in the anecdote who it is who speaks up, but the point is kind of no, we all agree that capital can be represented. We're just arguing about how. We're actually all on the same side here. And so I think there's that is sort of a thing too. LLMs, I don't believe we could read them as creating something with intention. I don't believe they can create something we can or should interpret. Much like Nick Brown has this argument on autonomy where he says Terminator can be a work of art, but Avatar is just an art commodity, and you can't interpret Avatar. You can talk about it sociologically, but to try to interpret, there's no intention there. Largely because James Cameron in an interview says, they ask him why the Na'vi have breasts when it's not a part of their physiology or their history on that planet. He's like, well, because it would sell more tickets, right? So that's Nick Brown's cheeky way of assigning it that way. But LLMs, as we know, are procedural and stochastic. And they're going to go to that lowest common denominator. They're going to move towards that direction. And plus, to the question before, I mean, they're much more intensely reliant on water and energy and cooling for computers and computing. You can't. It's more than the internet. So this is the world is continuing to be built, right? It's happening. And it happens quickly.
Thank you.